go. So yeah, welcome back. It's a long time coming, isn't it? Well, like a whole 20 hours. Mad, isn't it? Slowly getting there on the game, though. It's just like every single mission, and I can't hate the game for that. That's the problem. It's just like every single mission of the game is just like it's like a completely different type of skill you need to do. So, I mean, there's been a couple where you just had to like blow loads of shit up, but that was really hard. That's always the funny thing about any game I find. That it's usually like Japanese games like this, but like, any game which requires like has like some kind of grinding aspect, and it allows you to like customize. I'd probably want to say like there's like quite a lot of variety in the customization in the sense that like the middle tier and end game tier stuff just make the game just like much more manageable. It's just I always find that you play like these sort of games and it's actually really hard at the start. It's just really merciless in the beginning, and then as soon as you kind of get like a couple of upgrades or a first good piece of armor or the ability to get like a new power or something, it just like the game comes really a lot more easy. Which just I just think it's just and I always find it ironically it's always the hardest part when you do anything on like really hard mode. I always find that's usually it, because when you play, especially if you're playing like any like the Resident Evil games, usually you start off and you're just like Leon or Chris or whoever, and you've just got like the lowest amount of health. I don't know if you do get more health, and I think you do. 'Cause you eat like those eggs and stuff and herbs. And so like, and then if you get hit by anything, it will just do the most amount of damage because it's on the hardest difficulty. It takes the most amount of ammo. The only weapon you're going to have will be probably a handgun. And then, because again, it's hard mode, it's just going to have like there'll be more enemies and stuff, and it's able to take more. But it's just like as soon as you kind of get like meet the merchant, and you can kind of either buy some good stuff, it just becomes a lot more manageable. Although, I remember, oh, what's it called? Armored Core was just horrible. Like, that was just a horrible game. And it was really fun, don't get me wrong. It was so hard. There was a mission, there was just some missions in that which were just actually brutal. I think actually the hardest part was the boss fights. There was just a couple of bosses which were just so fucking hard. I'll tell you the one actually I got stuck on the longest. I remember it. The last boss was one of them, but I'll let that off because it's the last boss. But the other one was like, I think it's not even that far off the last boss. It might even be like the mission before it. I can't 100% remember the story, but it's like you fight this. It's just like some kind of like ancient, I think, mech. Like I think it is. Or it's just some kind of like lost tech or something, or it's completely autonomous or something. It's this flying thing, and it's got all of these like it was quite cool. It just had like a halo around it, just all these like gun turrets, and they could all shoot independently. It was just an absolute fucking nightmare. You just basically had to be constantly. You couldn't stand still. You just had to always be like strafing left or right. And it was just so hard because I think it was. I kept dying. The rig I made was just insane. It was just the most It was just the most tanky thing ever. It had tank treads, and it just had the most heavy. I just made it make you have the like literally the tank. I had the heaviest everything. And the weaponry I had was crazy. I just had like this massive railgun that you could charge up, and if you hit something with that, it would just dissipate so much of their shield. So these rocket launchers and grenade launcher things just did so much damage. I think it's like they did like something like 10,000, and you fired like 4 of them out. And then it even had like it had 4 weapons, because the good thing about having the tanks are you can have like loads of weapons. So then I also had like just like a missile pod, I think, and then I think I had a sword, because the swords are just so fucked, so broken, like, they're so powerful. It's just hard. It was very hard. The Japanese are good at making very difficult games, but that's good. But anyway, this is fun, this one, because Kay did drop a new video, and I'm just I'm just a sucker for Kay videos. I know that might be, you said it wrong, but it was something I was aware of. Obviously, I would make a video on it. I don't know. I always think like even just edited videos are almost too cringe now. You see what I mean? It's like everything's just become so casual because we've just removed any attributes of just what a celebrity is now. Being a celebrity just used to actually mean something. We used to actually select the top talented people, and we respectfully allowed them the status, because in your head we all figured, well, if any of you did turn out to be any of these celebrities, I guess it would be pretty good, because they're good, outstanding members of society. Usually they were probably had like family and kids and stuff. And then it's just now, it's not. It's completely the other way around now. It's a way to destroy culture. They just thought, well, what we can do now is we'll just let the whole world vote. So when you let the whole world vote who they want to be famous, just by subscribing and stuff, it's not going to be really smart people. It's not going to be like, I follow like some like really good podcasts, like the Lewis podcasts, for example, and they only have like about 100, 200k followers. And I'm just thinking that's probably about it. That's probably about the market of really intelligent people, unfortunately, who will actually like that content. It's the same with like Red Letter Media. I know they're not doing bad. I think they're like on 1.6 million, but they've been doing it for so goddamn long, and their videos are so good, and they actually just put a lot of effort into it, and they make a lot of content, and it's just, you can just tell that just people just aren't, that's not the content that's going to get you the zeitgeist of all the fucking autistic black kids and Indian kids who just, they don't want to watch stuff like that. They see a bunch of intelligent white Americans talking about, ironically using like dark humor and satire and irony, and they don't get it. It's either like they just don't get it because their culture doesn't really their brain doesn't allow them to do that. There's just some people who are too stupid to understand like sarcasm or self-depriving humor. But they'll just watch me, and like I'd say, "Oh, I'm going to be sick of myself," or something, and they'll just think like, "Oh my god, that's just a white." They'll call you. They'll just say, "Look, you're such a loser, dude. You're such a fucking loser. Like, why would you even say that as a joke? Like, oh, you're such a like pussy, dude." Because that's what these people do. They just think of like the most basic thing. They just think about my dick, my reputation, my all the really basic stuff. They're not going to think like deeply about it. They're not going to think like, well, maybe I'm saying that because I'm trying to goad a reaction out of people, which is true. Because actually, I do love it when people do say that. Because that is what I do. I go on X a lot, and I just find myself, I'm trying to write like the most inflammatory shit, and I just don't know if it's like people just don't want to fuck with me because they see a picture of my face and they just don't want me to. Like, they don't want to like. Because I think people are like happy to rag on you if you're like, but anonymous. And most of the time, if I speak to an account which is anonymous, I'm just going to assume they're either going to be black or brown. I mean, it depends exactly what the GIF is. That's very important. So if it's like an anime character, well, that could still be like Indian, to be fair. Because if Indians normally pick like the women characters, so they normally like have like their like waifu is like their avatar, and they just don't have no shame. And this is the thing we're learning is they just don't have any shame. Because I noticed it as well. I go into like my work, and I go on like teams, and there's a couple of people who are like the engineering team who I think are probably like brown, and they just got like anime characters as and I'm at work. I'm like, what are you doing? So I've just got a picture of me with like my a shirt on, or my lanyard on, just having, smiling at my office, and he's just talking with some guy who's just got like some kind of anime, and I'm like, what's happening here? This is what I'm saying. This is what they're doing. They're trying to like destroy the culture because they know that these sort of people don't have culture per se. Because they don't. It's like they don't have like the Romans, all the medieval and all the fantastic churches and buildings and architecture has been built. They don't have any of that. They just, I don't know, just kind of milling around until they got invaded by. We came along. We were like, here you go, have access to everything. Because we're so nice. And that was probably the worst thing we should have done. We should have closed off like stuff for like people who didn't contribute. That's what I keep saying. Is that there is, at the moment, there is like a golden age. Like if you're a third worlder, the golden age is now. You being a third worlder is the best time in history for your like generation in society, in your like your. Imagine like your family's just been like sitting around just in India and just milling around for the last couple hundred years or so, just not really contributing anything to society, and then now for some reason society's just said, oh, if you want to come to the US or the UK, you can just apply for this visa and come on over. And they're like, brilliant. How amazing is this? We just don't even have to do anything anymore. We don't even have to fight for it. There used to be like this, there used to be such a, it was just like a thing that we just knew that getting a green card or being able to get, a visa to live here permanently was always the dream card for any person who's not from like the West. And that was always a thing. Like if you got a green card, people were like, hey, you must be you must have done something very good, or you were very rich, or done doing something really good to be able to get a green card. And it's just wow. Apparently, in it you don't need that. In India, you can just fucking say you're going to uni. Then you just go to uni, but you're not actually at uni because the uni you're going to is just some. It was like an old Walmart that they've just converted into just like some faux offices, so they can just pretend it's an organization. And then people probably will go in there because they'll just use it for like. Well, there'll be people who are buying like the degrees and stuff. So people will just never really be that suspicious because you just keep seeing like all these Indian people going in there, and you're just gonna look at it, and you'll go online, and you're gonna see, and you say, oh, it's a university. It's probably just doing like what do you call them, like community center. They just do those kind of courses there. So you don't really think about it, but it's not. Actually, all they're doing is they're just selling fake degrees, and like all the people you're just seeing going in and out are just the people who are just buying the stuff and. Picking it off, and you're probably not really looking at it that much because and you're not really like paying attention. So it's not like you're going to sit there and go, "Oh, why is it always different Indian people going in?" You're just what I mean. It's just you're just going to innocently because you're white, and you're going to not think people are going to do that because you're going to think there's going to be all these regulatory checks, and there's just no way there could ever be anything of mass of that scale going on. But it is. It absolutely is. And it was like I was in my town today actually. And I kid you not, there's probably something like 2 or 3 vape shops, I'd say. Not only that, but you've got like every Indian corner shop, and there's probably like another, I'd say, 2 or 3 shops. I've got like 2 high streets. So there's already 3 vape shops. I'm not even joking. There's something like 3 Turkish barbers down there as well. And I just saw like a shop now with it had like a couple of like Indian and brown guys in there, and they were just like unpacking something again. and it's just that's what they're doing, isn't it? It's exactly what they're doing, and I can tell you because I'm not going to give too much away. I don't think it's going to incriminate me, but whatever. I used to when I used to buy weed off people. This before I used the medication and stuff. I used to meet this guy. He was like a Pakistani dude, and he was like, he was right in it. So I kind of saw a little bit of the inner workings, but he was like on some kind of like what's it called, Telegram group, and it was just like you could just buy anything you wanted on there. Anything, like any drug you wanted, you could just buy it, and you just use some kind of crypto, I think, or cash in hand. Um, and it was just that's just kind of it, isn't it? These are all just it's all organized crime, and he probably is only being allowed access to that because he's like Pakistani. And I remember like he had just in his garage, he just had this massive drum, like a huge like I don't know, it's probably like up to here, just big wide plastic white drum. It was just filled like probably like that high, just like nuggets of weed. I mean, I don't really know like what shelf life of weed's like, to be honest with you. I never really could. I think because it's dried out anyway, um, and you're smoking it, so I don't know if it really matters too much. I think obviously it can go moldy if it's like wet, but I think in general, if you're just sort of, oh yeah. So anyway, obviously he just had loads of cash. And he actually like bought Pokemon cards and stuff because he was just trying to find a way to just try because this is what they're all trying to do. You're just trying to like embezzle stuff, so you need to like convert that money back into cash and do it in a way where you're not going to get in trouble. So like a lot of them, well, they used to do this, but you can't even do that anymore. But there used to be casinos where they do it, and I went to a casino probably like 10 years ago for a laugh on New Year's. Probably longer than that actually. Comes to think of it. But anyway, there was a roulette table, and I noticed there was this like Chinese guy who just kept running around. There's like six of them around the whole floor, and he just was running around, and he would just throw a black chip onto the table, and it just didn't. It just wherever it landed, the guy who just he would like wait to make sure it obviously didn't just like go somewhere where it was void. But he'd like throw it on the table, and then um, the guy would just put it down, like whatever it landed on. And then he'd just spin the wheel, and then he just kept going around and round and round, and he was just trying to like see if he ever won and collected anything. And I think someone did go, like one of my friends did notice, and he was like, "Yeah, I think these are the sort of this is what they do. They're trying to like burn through money, so they don't care if they lose it really. But ideally, what they just want to do is just hit it. It's like so it makes sense. So like let's say you have 20 grand, but you can't really do anything with that money because it's just it's embezzled. It's drug money, isn't it? So you go to the casino, and you could probably give them the cash and the notes, and they probably. And this is where the things change now because they don't let you do that so much now. Because casinos used to be in on it. That was the massive thing. That's why like every time you sort of saw like organized crime, there was a stereotype they loved going to the casino because it was just an easy way for them to kind of embezzle the money. Because then it's like if you then just won 50k, which is what they want to do, they want to like throw one of those £100 chips onto a table, and then they win. It was more than that. I think it was like £500. It was a lot of money, but they just want 500 to land on one of the numbers, and I think it's like, was it 32 times? So it's like 16 grand, I think you win. And that's just what they'll do. They'll just keep doing that. Because to them, even if they lose 30 grand, so if they spent the whole night doing it and they spunked 30 grand, but they won 20 grand, that would be a win for them. Because although they lose 10, That's why the casinos liked it, because they knew what they were doing, so they just kind of like turned a blind eye to it. But I don't think they allow you to do that now, because I know that loads of casinos got cracked down on it because that was just a common trick to embezzle money. So then, like, yeah, then like, when the police win, if the police come around and say, "Where'd you get this money to buy this car?" You just say, "Oh, I was at the casino," and no, here's the chip slip, and you'd be like, "It'll just on there, it'll just say that," and they'll be like, "Well, how did you get that?" And you just say, "Oh, I just got really lucky and just bet," and there's just no way you can prove it. No, I mean, what, they're going to look on the camera and just probably not. And then that's why they went to other avenues. So you've got art. So art is another really annoying one in the sense what, because it's just subjective. So how can you like prove if I want to spend $5 million on a banana in an unmade bed? How are you to tell me that I can't? Do you see what I mean? But there is actually a problem with that, because now like you have this, you've obviously just got like situations. You just get people who you just get these people who are not really artists. They can just make stuff, and then they'll just pay them. Like they'll give them, I don't know, 200 grand in cash. Because this is like what the problem would be. Yeah, they'd give him like 200 grand in cash to the artist, and the artist would be like, "Oh, sick, yeah, definitely." So when the artist then goes to the bank and he's got like his suitcase of the bloody money that the crooks have, the mafia or whoever have, they'll just look at it and they'll say, "Why is all this money like this? Where did you get it from?" I say, "Oh, the bid is private. However, he just paid me in this money. I don't know where he got it from, but I don't think that's important. The money's fine, isn't it?" See what I mean? So then the bank goes, "Yeah, fair enough," and they'll probably just clean it up, as in literally probably destroy the old notes and just replace them with new ones. And then the crooks then have this piece of art that they've spent, 200K on, and then the idea is they try and sell it to someone, and you could sell it to someone for 150. And again, it's just they probably won't. They'll try and make a profit, but I'm just trying to say to you, this is the thing, because it's like when you're embezzling money, that's the hard part. It's like I'm trying to think of an equivalent. You can have like loads of gold ore, but it's gonna take time to like smelt that into like actual gold itself. It's gonna be. Do you see what I mean? It's just like that. You kind of have to wait, because it's difficult to do it well. Breaking Bad was like that's the classic one, and that's I think what you're seeing now is all these vape shops and all of these whatevers. They're all just going to be people who are like Walt, where they have like large assets of cash that they just can't really do anything with. It probably turns out like the person who they're trying to let the place to, the person who owns the buildings, I doubt they probably haven't bought it, they've probably just rented it. It'll probably turn out that he is like Indian as well, because a lot I'm not yeah, so he again will probably just turn a blind eye to it, because he's giving his friend they're working together to like take down Western culture, so they like that. So to them committing fraud, they're not going to dob each other out, are they? They're going to like be in cahoots. Indians hate each other when they're back in their motherland, but when they're both in an alien country, they both like see each other as like brothers in arms. So that he'll probably like, yeah, he probably will like ask the Indian landlord, and he'll be like, "How are you going to pay me? Are you going to give me a direct debit?" And then he'll be like, "Oh, no, I thought I'd just give you cash." And instead of him just like thinking, because if a white person said that to him, he'd go, "Why are you going to pay me in cash?" And he'd probably call up like the fraud prevention team or something, or the police. But because he's Indian, and he says, "Oh, is it alright if I just pay you in like these like ratty notes that I get every month?" He'll be like, "Oh yes, of course, no problem at all." And see, and this is the other thing you don't get, and black people do this as well. It's not even so much like they just will give you shit service because you're not black or white, Indian. They will just refuse to do things for you as well. If you're like, say for example, if you're like Indian and you go into an Indian shop, you'll probably find that if you can like speak Punjabi or have a common thread, they'll give you discounts and stuff. There's already videos online where you see like white guys going into these petrol stations in the States, and there's just no prices. And you just go to the till and they just push whatever, and then they're just charging you just probably based on a myriad of things, probably like how attractive you are, what race you are, like what gender you are. I'm sure if you're like a hot blonde girl, they'll probably like give you like 50% off. But if you're like someone like me, like I'll have to pay 4 times as much. I'll buy like some candy which will even have like $1 on it, and he'll charge me like $3.50. But it literally says $1 on it, and he'll just like pretend he can't speak English, and then he doesn't even care because he's probably because he's like embezzled the system. Everything in that shop probably isn't even relevant to him. It's probably not even his main hustle. This is again what we're going to find out. He's probably just claiming all these other benefits and stuff. So that's why he can refuse the service and just be a dick to you, because he knows that it doesn't matter. He knows that if you just walk out and never come back, he doesn't give a fuck because he doesn't need your paycheck. He doesn't need your business. He's probably just getting loads of kickbacks because he's probably just using his ability that he's in America just to like let all his friends in. He probably gets like $2,000 for every friend that he lets in, and there's loads of Indians. I think like some ordinary gamers is like that as well. There's always like Indian guys who just, you have no idea the level of like scammery. It will just be an infinite rabbit hole. They spend their entire lives not trying to like actually, if they use their efforts of this to actually build up their society, they could do such a good job. But they're so built on anger and malice and like vitriol that they will just rather spend and make all these convoluted systems to like bypass all these good intention, high trust schemes that have been put in place to just literally just ruin it and just take money from the host countries, send it back to India, and it's just I don't really know what the end game is, because it just shows again the selfishness of them, because all it's going to do is inevitably just going to become a point where we'll just close the barriers, we'll just shut everyone out, we'll say sorry, no one's allowed in anymore. We let you guys come in, and it's just not working. I'm afraid. Like, I don't know why you think this is working. Like, maybe your life is better, and it probably is, because this is what's happening. We're like allowing 90% of the world who live in shithole conditions to have an improvement on their lives by like dropping massively the other 10%'s quality of life. So we're basically, when your great grandfather died in D-Day and he was like bleeding out, and he's just like, he saw like a picture of like my dad as a baby, and like the wife, and he's like, oh, at least I hope I can die for a better cause. He didn't do that, so some fat Pakistani bitch is your boss and is telling you off for some reason. It's not what happened. That's not society, is it? It's a humiliation rituals with this. Why is there like some black woman telling you what to do? Like, where has this ever happened? When did this even happen in the fucking 80s or 90s? Like, this never happened. Just don't let it happen. It's all a humiliation ritual. If a woman's your boss, just talk back to her. Tell her she's fucked. She probably is. And if she says, I'm not fucked, then say, well, how come you act differently 1 week of every month? She said, what are you talking about? And I say, yeah, you know what I mean. And it's true. I've worked with so many women where when it's on their period, it's just so obvious they're on their period, and it's just impossible to work. Some women just can't do it, and it just shows you they're not designed to do it. Imagine if you had a general who was a woman, and during war, and for 3 weeks of the month she's fine. But input, she could take pills to stop that. Oh, okay, great. That's what she's got to do then. She's got to disavow her own gender to do that. Yeah, so they just They don't need your patronage. And I've learned that as well. It used to happen, like the days of when it was done by white people was back in the days of when there were like more like mafia and organized crimes, but like as in like more white, the white sort of style. I think there was some guy who said that. They said that he went into this pizza place once. And he went in, he ordered the pizza, and everyone in there just looked really surprised that he went in there, and he was like, the people behind the counter didn't really look like chefs. They were all just kind of white dudes who were just sort of wearing shirts and it just looked like they were like shooting the shit in the bag. So he goes in, he like rings the doorbell, the little bell on the counter, because there's just no one's even at the counter because they're just not expecting anyone to go in. And he says as soon as he rang the bell, everyone just stopped laughing, were really quiet, because they're probably like all skittish, because they're thinking, oh shit, what is it, the police or something? Is it a rival gang or some shit? I don't know. Some guy just comes, like, some greaser, like an Italian greaser comes in, he's just like, it doesn't really even know how to talk to him, because he's just never done it. He's like, yeah? And he's like, yeah, do you guys have any pizza? And he's like, pizza? It's like literally, it's like when someone like asks Mo to make like something that isn't like a Duff beer or anything on draft, he says to blow the dust off like the instructions. It's like, allegedly, what happened was, it's like he said, "Oh yeah, hang on, no problem." He went behind the back. He said he disappeared for probably like 10 or 15 minutes, and he just came back and he just had a really, really good pizza, and he didn't even charge him. He forgot to charge him for it. He's just like, here you go. And the guy was like, I don't know how he, I have to embellish that. He just said he didn't charge him for it, so I don't know how that went. He probably just was like, but I think what he probably did was he probably went in a car and probably drove to a pizzeria. Probably saw the pizza, gave him whatever, and then he's just like, see what I mean? But I just think that was obviously a case where they were just using that as a money laundering. And that's what they're doing. But it's just, again, there's no like, there's no prestige to it. There's no like magic. It's just a bunch of these stupid vape shops, and I keep going. I always look in there. There's never anyone in there. I just think there must be so many places to buy vapes, and not even that. But I just think, I read that the supermarkets are probably just cheaper still. They always will be. So I just think, who's buying them? I don't even know if I see people vape that much anymore. Is it actually still like a huge thing? I'm probably is. But anyway, they're just everywhere, and it's just such a waste of real estate. It's all just money being embezzled again. You're just not. Just Turkish barbers seem to actually be doing alright. But I just don't know why there's just so many of them. I just don't know why is it like hairdressers as well, because I don't think we've ever had like a shortage of hairdressers. I do remember it being annoying because one of the biggest gripes with barbers, especially where I was, for like a small local town, they always shut on Sunday, which meant that if you wanted your haircut, you had to pretty much do it on Saturday, because if you're working or you were at school, it was very difficult to get it done. So Saturdays sometimes was so shit, because you just sometimes be waiting around for like over 2 hours to get your haircut. But I always just said, well, if you just had it open on Sunday, I don't know why they didn't do that. Some stupid Sunday trading laws probably written in the old decree stipulates that no peasant shall have thy haircut on thy day of rest. Not allowed it. But the Turkish barbers don't give a fuck, because they're from Muslim country, they don't care. Just cutting hair whenever they want. Christmas, fuck it, come get your haircut, mate. Get a Christmas haircut, fuck yeah. It's just mad. It is just mad. I think I just generally have noticed that nothing really seems to have generally improved in terms of like infrastructure or anything. We just seem to be stagnated. I guess technology's improved. I just think like generally like our infrastructure and stuff, it's all just looking very ropey. You know, it's because like this is what's happening. Well, the enemies of the state of the West are just putting invaders here, and all they're doing is they're just sucking all the money from us, scamming money from us, and then they're just sending it home. So they are just basically stealing money back off us. The Indians have convinced themselves that we own them like $20 trillion of gems. So in their brains, they have no qualm. They don't go. They'll just come here and do this because to them it's like their passage of right. I met like I had an Indian friend who had like a dad who just was one of those classic greedy Indian dudes who probably had a portfolio of like 30 homes, and you know he's probably just getting off on overcharging white people. He'll give the Indians a discount because he will. His logic will be is the same logic of like when you used to have these nice like inspirational stories of when your parents were trying to get a place when they were strapped for cash. I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but they'd probably try to like you'd have to go on the newspaper and you probably did have to like, actually like, interview for the places, and they probably would have met like a nice white old couple who'd just be like realize what your situation is, that you're two young people probably looking to like maybe raise a family, so they'll give you a really good deal because they want you to save, because they want you to have kids, because that's what they want you to do, because that's the point of like a society. You want to help each other out. It's not all just about fucking trying to steal shit from each other. It's a very Jewy black brown black thing to do. We wanted to help each other out and just try and give each other favors and just not try and like just steal everything from each other. But then, yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So they'll probably like do that because they'll know that in the grand scheme of things, that's the right thing to do. So, but when you speak to an Indian person or a black guy, and he's going to rent you, but he's not going to do that. He doesn't care. If you just say like, me and my missus are trying to say, he'll go, fuck off, you fucking cracker. You think I give a fuck about what you fucking want to do? You want to raise some little black little crackers? I don't give a fuck. Indian guy won't care as well. He'll probably like use that as an excuse to charge you more. He'll be like, well, if you're planning to have babies, then I have to get new insurance policy just in case. You're like, no, we're not actually going to have try and conceive things. Like, yeah, well, I know, and he'll just do that because again, he doesn't care because you're not Indian. He doesn't care. You're not part of the ESAT system. He gets ESAT by doing this to you. And also, he does this as well because he comes from a country which is really low trust. So he knows that in India, if he does this, the people he does rent to, other Indians, will do that. They'll just try and like scam him for everything. So if they rent the place out to an Indian, the Indian guy will probably like try and take the copper out of all the walls and he's gonna like take apart the radiators and stuff and like just to be an absolute nuisance because that's what they do. They just like try and just. If they go to a hotel, they're probably like the types of guests who just try and steal like the bath towels and the kettle and the I'm not even joking because they don't have the same kind of in their head. It's just dog eat dog for them. For them, their whole MO is just to get ahead in any means necessary, even if it's so. For example, if you have a white guy who's been brought up in like British, Christian and stuff, and if you put him into a ration room, and you say to him, like, "Oh, input, here's the ration room. Just take what you need. Just bear in mind, there's going to be like 30 other people after you." And then it's just like there is like enough stuff for 30 people. I will probably just take. So, like for example, let's just say there's like 30 safety blankets, 30 tents, 30 rations, 30 bottles of water, 30 all of that sort of stuff. I would just take one of each. Because I just know that we should. And then what I'd like to do is, at the end, I'd probably like try and meet up so we could all like resource and pull together and work together to survive. The Indian person won't do that. They'll just go in there and he'll probably just take all of the stuff. If he knew there was no consequence and he knew there was no way that they would find out, he would just do that. He'll probably just take as much as he can. It might not even be all of it, but he'll probably just try and take as much as they physically can. And what they would do then is, at the end, they would probably then try and sell you it or to make profit or make some more money, and that's what they're just instinctually do, and that's why their society is not really working, because this is just what they do to each other on scale all the time. They're not trying to help each other. They're always just trying to do that thing where you do that, and then they reach out for the hand and they just like put it away. That's what they're always trying to do. They're just trying to like fuck with you. It's always just about them trying to get ahead in any means necessary. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they have to roll around in a supermarket and pretend that you've hit them and they look like an absolute fool. It doesn't matter. They just have no shame. They won't care. They'll do it. It doesn't matter if it's like you're driving really slowly in a car park and you see like an Indian guy crossing the road, and you're about 10 meters away from it, and your car's like stopped, and he like pretends that you hit him. He just lies on the concrete. They'll just do anything they can. They don't care. You go into like if you have like the packages and the parcels and stuff. Black people do it, but I've seen Indians do it too. They'll just take it. This opportunist. If you ever do any work for them, they'll always make a myriad of shitty excuses up to why they're not going to pay you full price. And then when you do the work, they just sit there and they'll watch you do it because they're too scared that if you leave them in their house, you're going to steal stuff from them. It's just so like that. And I remember I told you that my friend's dad, who was like an Indian who grew up in India, he was just like, I don't want your white friends to come here because they'll pretend to slip on ice and then sue. And I was like, oh no, would never do that. Absolutely never do that. And I'll tell you, like, again, this is just something that's so out of the realm of like white people. You've just been brought up in like a nice, honest civilization. You would just never think about suing your friends. You just wouldn't do that. It's not the sort of thing we do. And then to give you to tell you that, to be honest with you, like, there's been loads of moments where my friends got probably never like seriously hurt. But I don't know. Could you imagine, even if like this is just what I'm talking to you about. This is what the difference again of white and Indian people. If you were like two white kids, and they were just playing in the garden, and I don't know, playing on a trampoline, and then they maybe bounced off, and he broke his collarbone or something like that. I think the two white people would probably just be like maybe angry at the boys, but probably more worried, and then probably just. Not really. There probably wouldn't be much blame. I don't know, because I guess there'd be a little bit of supervision, but you just think, oh, okay, lessons learned, you know. But if it was an Indian guy and like a white person, and the Indian kid like broke his collarbone, you just know that the Indian parent would be like trying to sue them and probably like take him to like court, and it just cause some huge rift, and they'll just be known as like that person, and everyone's kids, and they'll just get bullied because they'll just like say that, just play, oh, don't let Archimedes come round because if anything happens, his mom's gonna sue you, and then they'll just start doing like racial stereotypes about like classic like Indians and suing and stuff. It's just that's why the Jews love them so much, because that's just what they do. This is all these like demographics these minority groups do. They don't want to live in their own country, so they just want to come to other countries so they can just milk off the fact that they can call the host nation racist, so they can act up and be as horrible as they like. And then if you try and say anything, they just call you racist. And it's great fun for them because they can't do that in their own country. Because if they go to if they're in India and they just act out, they'll probably get killed. They probably will just get beaten up by like the locals. Will just come out with like big. They always use big sticks for some reason. It's never like a sharp weapon. It always seems to be like a massive like blunt rod, which is probably like an inch or two thick, and they always just sit there just whacking it. Seems to be like their favorite weapon of choice. So you'll get about they work in numbers. So even though like one of them's weak, they'll just be like 80 of them, and they all look the same. They all just come out and they always have this little stick and just start whacking you, and they'll just do it until you probably just die, and then they'll just leave your body to rot and no one will care. And even your family just don't really care, because they have so many like kids. I'll just be like, oh, another one of our kids died, you know. Oh, can we sue the family? No, because it was like an honor killing with like 80 people. I'm like, oh fuck, so it was just good for nothing then. But if they come, if you're an Indian and you get to come to a white nation, it's insane. Not only do you potentially get a chance of like, well, you get a chance of seeing white women, so already that's amazing. So you can just jerk off in your little fans, even if you just aren't pervy enough to use a phone, which they probably do. Well, they definitely do. I know, I have no doubt in my mind I don't. Not only that, but then he's just got access to like the best jobs of all in all of society. So for that now, he's like he can have like the best job ever for some reason. I don't know why. For some reason, we're gonna let here Indian people now have the opportunity to get the best jobs just for some arbitrary reason, because they lie. Well, we didn't know they were lying on their degrees, but they have just lied. So exactly, it's just lied. And it's now got to such a bad point now where it's very difficult to even just be. It's just easier just to send them all back. Because things aren't working. The people who are complaining are Indian. The people who are wanting to go are basically everyone else. They've clearly like ransacked enough shit, so we could just do a trade-off with them. They can all go. Unfortunately, they can have to panic sell their properties. We'll give them like a month to try and sell their properties. So they'll probably make a massive loss on that. But too bad. They had the luxury. The price they pay is they get to live it. They got the experience to live in a Western country. Sell it to BlackRock. That's probably what they just ended up doing anyway. But it doesn't matter because the main thing will be just the prices of houses will go down. Because if you've got like 2 million, I mean, there's 2 million of them living in the UK. Why do we need 2 million Indians in such a small country? We don't. Fucking don't. We don't need it.
Suddenly, we were being treated like a
So even if they do contribute to the tax, I don't even give a fuck. I don't even care if they contribute more than it. I just don't care. That's just not enough. There's so many other cultural variables that are just worth a priceless amount. Money is not everything, I'm afraid. It's just money is just. I think a lot of the younger people, I just think, are just like a bit fed up with money. They just think money is such a bullshit concept because it's just no one seems to ever have enough of it, and the people who do seem to have enough of it always are the people who don't deserve it. So a lot of just young people just fucked with money because they just seem to just struggle to ever have any of it, and they just like houses just seem to be so expensive, and it's just. People are probably just thinking, fuck this, just need a new system.
Forces in the north is still active. You will all be stationed at the airport. The battle is not letting up. We expect extensive losses.
Let me think about this.
Still, the fact that we've gained new ground is a blessing. My time as CO
I think you just have to fly around and find all these gun turrets. Because the only thing I noticed was that
we will be stopping to refuel in Bulgurdarest. It's in Erusian territory. Close ties to
I was just finding that you're given so much of the map, and like I was barely doing anything in it because the plane only like flies at the top. And it's just getting bombarded by tons of shit in the back. It's just fucking. So I think you just need to. I'm sure it's like you had a map. It'll just show you. I'm sure if I go online, there'll just be a map because I don't think they're randomized. I'm sure that it's just you can't see them on the map, so you have to just fly around.
Might attack again. If they do, protect my aircraft with your life. If the General Staff Office hadn't stepped in and requested you, your ass would have been sent to Tyler Island.
I don't know what that is.
You were covered in Harlingsburg.
Like I said, I don't know any of the politics to any of these like fractions. I don't know what they do. It's just very strange. It's very strange to see they're so hyper-fixated with only planes. They just didn't bother with ships or tanks or any other. Just only air combat. And it also makes me think: is this like the Ace Combat land, or is there actually a story to this? Because I'm just confused, because I am 100% sure I played one of these games. And they used real places. Because I absolutely remember being in Dubai. I remember just like how good it was. I remember you could fly around the Burj Khalifa and you could see all the famous shitty faux islands they've made. Yeah, so this is like my ultimate one.
Aircraft preparations complete. Stand by at the front.
Yeah, I made a plane like that. Because I remember like sticking on all these like things. You just got these little things that jut out of a plane, little spikes, and they're probably super important. They're probably like the radar or something, or something that's like beeping. Yeah, altitude or something.
Base commander's transport craft has taken off. It's flying alongside Spare 2. Well, Trigger, this is where we part ways.
Adios, amigos.
We meet again in different squadrons. Spare 15, takeoff confirmed. Spare 15, altitude restriction lifted.
Who's the other guy? Who ever get introduced
So
to
the
this?
liaison plane left without me. Yeah, I know. I'm heading into hell. Whatever. If the Khan's here and the dumbass prison guards are going, why shouldn't I? I'm no angel. I mean, my old man died playing hero, and all I do is hate him for it. It ain't gonna be a picnic, that's for sure. Adios, you damn fool.
The order is simple. Kill anyone trying to kill the commander, even if they're one of us. Like how you killed Full Band? It was an accident, so shut up.
Give me that. I'll do the talking. This is Base Commander McKenzie. I want you idiots to understand the gravity of this operation. My orders take priority. That's it.
Sure wish our cargo would shut up. The enemy's using anti-air weapons. Don't freak out. Keep your shit together. Be on the lookout for camouflage SAM sites. Seek and destroy. SAM site confirmed. Down. Stay alert.
Aha!
SAM site's located. Damn, they're firing surface-to-air missiles at me. Find those targets. Righto. Trigger, count. Roper 1 is exposed to anti-air fire.
Oh, I don't know where they are.
Roper 1 has taken some damage, but can still fly.
Damaged? Take out the goddamn missile and there'd be no...
Ah, it's mental. I have no idea.
The order is simple. Kill anyone trying to kill the commander, even if they're one of us. Like how you killed Full Band? It was an accident, so shut up.
Give me that. I'll do the talking. This is Base Commander McKenzie. I want you idiots to understand the gravity of this operation. My orders take priority. That's it.
Sure wish our cargo would shut up. The enemy's using anti-air weapons. Don't freak out. Keep your shit together. Be on the lookout for camouflage SAM sites. Seek and destroy. SAM site confirmed. Down. Stay alert.
Caution. Pull up. Caution. Pull up.
Mental. I can't find them. Look how far they are.
SAM site detected. Eliminate all threats.
Caution.
Ow. How can they fire from that far away?
Another SAM. Clean it up.
Caution. Pull up.
Roper 1 has taken some damage, but can still fly.
Damaged? Take out the goddamn missile and there'd be no damage.
Bandits closing in. Determined hostile. Intercept.
General Staff Office seems to have the impression you didn't kill Harley, Trigger. Reported destination, reopen your case. Successfully carry out this mission, and it'll give a good impression.
Missile.
Roper 1 hit by a missile.
Man Dog, get some support in there fast. Tell them I requested it.
There's no time. 2 aircraft will have to do.
Look how many there are.
Near SAM site.
This is Skull 3. Enemy transport and support spotted and confirmed. Sending backup. Clear to engage.
Kilometers remain.
Escorts that go down do so in honorable service, worthy of my praise.
The next missile will down your craft, so watch your tail.
Van Dog, it's up to you to make sure the support stays in the air.
Spare 2, spare 15. Bandits closing in on Rover 1. Intercept and engage.
Van Dog, I see enemy aircrafts. They're right on us. Call our escorts back. Count looks promising. He's got a good combat record.
New SAM site. There are more than we expected. Enemy destroyed. Continue with escort.
Uh-oh.
Flying as an escort makes me feel like I'm all tied down. Roper 1 has taken damage. Both aircraft stop slacking out there. Righto.
Not let the enemy get closer.
No.
Bandits incoming. Engage and destroy. SAM site spotted. Eliminate it.
I missed.
Roper 1 has been hit. Are you guys doing this on purpose?
Oh no.
Commander, you won't go down. Not for a while yet.
Okay. Why is this impossible to kill?
Good. Enemy aircraft's eliminated. Yikes. I forgot about the transport. Is it still flying?
Stall warning.
Roper 1 lost, along with the mission. Not that it was a load worth protecting.
I just don't know. I don't know. It's just crazy, man. It's just everywhere.
The order is simple. Kill anyone trying to kill the commander, even if they're one of us. Like how you killed Full Band? It was an accident, so shut up.
Give me that. I'll do the talking. This is Base Commander McKenzie. I want you idiots to understand the gravity of this operation. My orders take priority. That's it.
Sure wish our cargo would shut up.
No.
The enemy's using anti-air weapons. Don't freak out. Keep your shit together.
Caution. Pull up.
Be on the lookout for camouflage SAM sites. Seek and destroy.
What?
SAM site confirmed. Down. Stay alert.
Caution. Pull up.
Another SAM.
Pull up.
Threat confirmed. Eliminated. New SAM site. There are more than we expected.
Caution. Pull up.
SAM site destroyed. Roper 1 has taken some damage, but can still fly.
Damaged? Take out the goddamn missile and there'd be no damage.
Caution.
Bandits closing in. Determined hostile. Intercept.
The General Staff Office seems to have the impression you didn't kill Harley, Trigger. The court at destination will reopen your case. Successfully carry out this mission, and it'll give a good impression.
Roper 1 hit by a missile.
Bandog, get some support in there fast. Tell them I requested it.
There's no time. 2 aircraft will have to do.
This is Skull 3. Enemy transport and support spotted and confirmed.
Pull up.
Sending backup. Clear to engage.
This is Bandog. SAM site's located. Eliminate them.
Where?
SAM site spotted. Eliminate it. 40 kilometers remain.
Escorts that go down do so in honorable service, worthy of my praise.
The next missile will down your craft, so watch your tail.
Bandog, it's up to you to make sure the support stays in the air.
Another SAM spotted. Spare 2, spare 15. Bandits closing in on Rover 1. Intercept and engage.
Bandog, I see enemy aircrafts. They're right on us. Call our escorts back. Count looks promising. He's got a good combat record.
Enemy destroyed. Continue with escort. Flying as an escort makes me feel like I'm all tied down.
Nickel. Nickel. Nickel.
has been hit. Are you guys doing this on purpose?
The craft's shaking.
Commander, you won't go down. Not for a while yet. Bandits incoming. Engage and destroy. SAM site's located.
No.
Missile. Missile.
Separate the support.
Missile.
24 kilometers to destination. We're about halfway.
Stall warning.
I can't believe it. I can't.
Hooker being targeted by the SAM.
It's too difficult. It's too fucking
That
difficult.
was a load worth protecting.
I hate it. I hate it, man. Right, let's go watch case videos. I wonder if you can guess what it'll be. I wonder if you can guess what the theme's going to be. Because I don't know if you're going to be able to do it, because it's just crazy. You're just never going to guess like what she's going to be talking about. It's just so out of her remit. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. Yeah, no, I should laugh. What? Okay. There was like some kind of lawsuit she was in, I think. She's apparently dropped the case, which is, I had no idea. Interesting. But it's just funny to like see all the comments because you can just tell this is the dangerous dynamic we have. They're obviously all women, and they all always just play sisterhood. So they always just go, "Oh, get your bag, baddie." Oh, so sorry about what happened, and this is just what's happened. Especially like over the last couple of years, I think blokes are finally just getting sick of it because I've called out loads of women because I'm well, I'm not going to use anything of mine, so like, but I just think it's always really funny, isn't it? How I don't know, in the last 20 years or so, how many of these covert narcissists just exist, and it's just really funny because I think only like 5% of men are like actual narcissists. Whereas for women, it's so much higher because look at all these women. Every single woman you meet, I think women are like actually the definition of narcissism. If I'm going to be perfectly honest with you, they are, because they are really self-entitled. But before you have a go at me and you're going to say, well, that's really sexist, which is that's fine, and it's also pronounced sexy, and thank you. But it's that we. It's just women are. I think they have to be by their very nature, because the whole point of what a woman is, if you really want me to be really like, men are the ones that go out. We meant to like fight and hunt and build shit. We like, and all the women need to do is just stay in the heart, and they need to just me, 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 me. They just need like they want people to look after them. They want people to like, and that's inherently what's happening. Is they should want a man to like do everything for them. And it's like they still do, but it's just been turned into something else. So what you basically get is you don't have a woman relinquishing to like one man. That's too oppressive. So instead, they use other like revenue streams to essentially still make money from men. Because even ultimately, if you want to just say like, you want to be like really, really flippant. You just want to be like, well, actually, input, I have my own candle business and only women buy my candles. I'd still say to you, yeah, but everything that has allowed you to do that has been set up by men. Everything. Like, even like probably the fucking discovery of the candles invented by men. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. I don't know if we can ever fact check that, but I'm sure it probably was. I'm sure women really haven't invented very much. I mean, there's like a list, like the size of A5, which you can like write the sort of inventions they have. It's just crazy. It's just stupid that we have to. They just want to compare, and the problem is, it's just men have absolutely no issue with women being really good mothers. In fact, we want that. We really want women to just want to have our kids and like look after them. That's really attractive to men. That's actually really what's attractive to men. It's having a submissive wife who listens to you because she trusts you. She loves being with you as well because she's excited because you're her special person, and she wants to have your kids. And not only that, she wants to look after them as well, and you. Because that's important as well. We don't want any women who just have kids and then not look after you and only the kids. I'm going to cook dinner for me and my boys, but I'm not going to cook dinner for him. You just get... My ex used to do that. She used to refer to the kids as her kids. I was like, what are you talking about? They're not your kids. It's my kids. Don't you dare say that. You just think that. Women just think they have the power at the moment, and they do, but this is the problem, you see, is you can't just do this forever. Eventually, well, it can, but only if you've got the ability to back it up, and in the women's case, it's not looking too well. It would work in the sense if men did it. If men were the other way around, women wouldn't have a lot to stand on, and maybe people could start to feel a bit more sorry for them, but then no one would, because men would be in power. But this is what I'm saying, is like... the women can't really do a lot because the only sort of thing that they will try and do is hold back sex, but that doesn't really do anything because plenty of dudes, there's so many dudes who just don't get any action at all. Like, that's not a sacrifice for them. So again, the women have literally just got refusing to have kids or sleep with them, which they don't do, and that's about it. If women all stop, not a lot will happen. I'm going to be really honest with you. If all women went on strike, didn't do anything, the world would probably still function. But then that's your other point. It's like, what actually stops us from just saying to women, now we don't want to do it anymore? You're going to say, I don't know, the police? Yeah, sure, but you'll find that just, especially the men who are the police, they're the ones that you need to look out for, not all the fucking women ones. So if all the men are like, from the police are going to stop, you're going to have yourself a bit of a problem because they're going to be all the skilled people who are able to fight. People like Katie, because they played this game, that she'll think she's stronger. She'll probably, like, if I asked Katie and said, like, who was stronger, me or her, she would say because she goes to the gym. She'd just say that she is. Even though she wouldn't ask about, like, what I do, if I do any exercise or anything. She'll just say because she goes to the gym, in her brain, she'll just think that that must mean that she's stronger. Even if I go to the gym, she would still say just because she goes to the gym, because she knows she works harder than me. Because this is the problem with women, is they're just very stuck in, like, their own brain. They don't have that ability to, as Hannibal Lecter misused, have an Oedipal brain. She's not able to do that. Like, take her mind out and see it from someone else's point of view. She can be closed off. Anything that's not like in the immediate happening to them is very closed off to them, and they believe anything as well. So if you just tell women a lie, they usually just believe you. Just say, "Oh, I did that," or "I did that," and they're just gonna go, "Oh yeah, this degree's real." Yeah. Okay. Don't worry about it. It's all, yeah. But anyway, her story. Piper Rockell OnlyFans situation is gross. So remember, she's put OnlyFans in her title, but she will probably censor when she talks. It's just a small thing, but I'm just saying. So she's got 56,000 views. It's nothing to scoff at, but I don't know. Is that actually any good money? I'm not trying to like be harsh, but let's actually just have a look at it. I mean, I've got no leg to crawl, but I'm not doing this for my job. So it does look like when she puts OnlyFans in the title, it does get a huge spark up, which is hilarious because it does just again show the type of people who are on this. I'm honestly, you know what my opinion is on that. I don't know. I don't think it's very good for her. Like, she's only got 2 videos that have gone over 100k. I don't even think 100k is that much. I'm gonna be really frank with you. I don't know. I just don't think that ad revenue is gonna be that good. So I know like people like Nicholas Diorio. He's just what he does is he just does a live stream like I think every Sunday or every like Friday night. He just does it for fucking ages. He'll just do it for 8 hours, and he just spends the week just making. That's what he does. So then he just have like a fucking backlog. It must be like hell to actually just kind of like process all of that. I guess you have an accountant that does it, but it's just every single one of those videos is probably going to have its own separate fucking Excel record of all this money it makes. Every fucking month you're going to get some shit video he's made from probably like 15 years ago, which has just got like zero relevance at all. Some fuckwit's probably watched it. He just gets like a couple of, it's like 50 cents of the ad revenue from it. He just has so many videos. He must have like, I mean, I could probably look. It probably has thousands of videos. That's just the hustle, isn't it? It's easy for him as well because he's not wearing clothes. You don't see him, so he could be naked. He probably isn't. But do you see what I mean? Because he just goes wiggler. He just changes his wiggler every time he does a new part. I know all the secrets, and that's it. You just put them out every day, an hour a section. That's what he just does. I mean, I could do that with this. If I really could be fucked, I could probably do that with this. But again, I don't care. I can't be bothered. I want to do it. I'm not attracted to money. I just think people who are obsessed with money are just, I don't know, usually not very interesting people. Usually find the people who are more content with less money are like more interesting because you know that they probably know how to hold a conversation and have to do things which for no money, like actually be funny, for example, and just trying to entertain people. Just buying loads of shit, or just being like, "Look, guys, look at all these pinball machines I have. That must mean I'm doing really good. Where are your kids? Oh, I don't want any kids. Fuck that. But I got a pinball machine. I'm Nicholas Dior. I'm not the 5% of the many breed. Input is I have kids, so I am the 5% of people breed because that's right. That's how it should be. Look at me, good genes. Nicholas Dior has got bad genes. He's like fat. He's got a squeaky high pitched voice, but we've got low testosterone. I've got nice rich voice. I've got like nice thick hair and good chisel features and a good athletic body. I'm gonna put myself forward as a cow. I'd say I'm intelligent. Yep. So where's everyone lining up? No, I'd rather sleep with a black NBA player. His IQ is like 85, but because he's rich, he must be really smart, right? I don't know what religion has control over money, loads of money, so was able just to do this as a way to either publicly humiliate white people by making people really famous just by doing arbitrary stuff like throwing a plastic ball in a hoop or rap, which is not even really singing, is it? It's just a bunch of shit. It's a bunch of black people who make up words just to kind of like dilute our language, because this is the whole point. This is what the Jews are just trying to, Jewish people are trying to do. They're just trying to like ruin Western culture. So they want to remove any like straight white guys from being famous. They just want to try and make it so like everyone now who's famous is just going to be brown, black, or some mix of loads of religion, of loads of ethnicities. Just so then there's just no pure British celebrities. You know, like for example, like when Harry Potter came out, like, oh, the Jews must have hated that. They're like, fuck, we got another English white woman, a British woman who's written a book. It's a fucking bestseller. Fuck, why couldn't it have been a black guy called like Tyrone or something? You see what I mean? They don't want that. And people like me as well. They hate the idea that I could be intelligent and come up with stuff. They don't want the world to know that, because they don't want people like me to be famous. Because they don't want someone like me to like have a big following. And I'm telling you not to, ironically, not listen to me. Just say, don't listen to other streamers. You can listen to me because I'm above it. I don't want your money. Unlike even Asmongold, who has loads of money. That's why he's not virtuous, because he's making money. Even if he's turned off subs or whatever you want to say to cope, he's still really rich. He still probably makes 10 times the amount I make a year in a month. Is he 10 times better than me as a person? Definitely not. He's not even 1 times better than me as a person. But money isn't everything. He doesn't have children. I would value that. I'd much rather have children than his money. I know, again, black people will probably put a reaction gif of like Ice Speed looking dizzy or something like that, or LeBron James doing a reaction gif. But yeah, sadly, smart people generally don't really care about money as much as stupid people. I know that really. You'll be like, well, Elon Musk, blah blah. Yeah, but Elon Musk isn't like mega like gauche with it. Not gauche. Mega bougie with his money. He probably is like bougie with his taste, but you don't see him fucking riding around in his like a Lamborghini. He's got like stupid chain just covered in like fucking diamonds, his teeth and grills. That's all fucking black guy shit. This is what they want to do. It's like such tribal thing. Just cover yourself in loads of expensive jewelry and just to show off how valuable you are. That's like someone who has low IQ, or someone with bad insecurity, because you don't feel confident you can represent yourself. Or like, I'm black, so I have to, because I look so similar to 2 billion other black guys, because there's barely any diversity in black culture. I'm sorry if that hurts you, but it's true. So I'm gonna have to just get loads of tattoos or make my hair insane, my horrible hair that is always just like sheep hair. That's just or just get loads of bling and just look absolutely repugnant. And women still will want to sleep with me just because I'm rich. And you can imagine Jewish people just watching it and laughing. They're just like, I cannot believe the fucking woman just slept with this neat. No, I can't believe it. She did that. Imagine her ancestors dying all those years, crawling around in peasant England. Now wasted, sleeping with Negro. It's crazy. That's what they want. That's what they want you to do. Because they don't care. They know in like probably like 200 years time, like things like basketball won't be popular anymore, or Nike sneakers might not exist anymore. But they don't care. The whole point is now they want to try and destroy that bloodline now. They don't want that 200 years of that white woman to repopulate with another. By that point, you could probably have like 25, 30 white people coming out of her for 200 years. Now stopped because she decided to sleep with Drake and didn't even get pregnant by him, that's just another thing. But even that, just because she's done that and no white guy wants to like go with her anymore, so she has to end up like dating some rapper who's just probably gonna like give her some fucking half caste half Ethiopian, half Swedish kid who's gonna look fucked, and they always do. They always come out, and I was like, "Oh, they look so beautiful," and it's like, it's got blue eyes, and it's like got like really tan skin, just like crazy, like that kind of black hair, the really frizzy black hair, but it's like blonde. The kid just looks insane. You're just like, oh my god. You're like, don't worry, they'll grow into it, and it's like you see a picture of like Kanye West or, and you're like, oh my god. Because for some reason they just didn't think about it. You were lied to. You just never in your head did think about that, did you? You just thought, I suppose it's like dogs. If all dogs just breed, but no, I think even that doesn't work because that proves that doesn't work because some breeds of dog just are fucked anyway. That doesn't actually know that. The irony with that is actually with dogs, it kind of mongrels are the best. But pedigrees, I suppose, I would argue, pedigrees probably are dangerous breeding. That's probably like a pedigree to a dog is probably just what mixed race kids are. They're probably always going to have some deficits. I just don't. Black people in general have a lot of deficits anyway. If you're black, you're more likely to get skin. I think it's not skin cancer, but there is just cancers. I think there's just some cancers that black guys are more prone to getting. Just again, it's just part of like their genetic makeup. Obviously, like your IQ. Sickle cell anemia, diabetes, heart diseases, these are all things that are very prevalent with them. High blood pressures. See, I don't know. It's not, you don't need to. It's just we haven't been doing it in England for the last fucking 2,000 years or whatever, and it's been fine. It's been absolutely fine. Don't need to magically start doing it for some arbitrary reason. Especially, like, the worst thing is it's just we seem to be taking all this advice from, like, it's not all Jewish people as well. I want to just make that very clear. This is when I want to use, like, the Zionists, because they are the Zionists, and I'm using it properly now. Because I don't think all Jewish people are bad. I don't. I generally don't. I just know that there are a few who are like in the Kabul who are just, they are generally, it's more like the Orthodox ones, I think. And I think there are ones that are, especially in Israel. I don't think that Netanyahu is like an Orthodox Jew, but I mean he might be. I just have never seen him wearing like the full garment. But I'm sure like the people who he's being like in his Kabul who will be like that. Because that's where most of them hang out, I think. But I think they're the ones who seem to be the ones that are really like stoked upon destroying the West. And they've just got the money to do so. That's the thing. And the other problem as well is it's like Islam has the money as well. So it works on both ends. It's just both. You get like people like Myron, and he's like, "No, the Jewish people just got all the money, and it's just really suspicious that they all run all the businesses and stuff, and they've all got so much money." I'm like, you fuck off, mate. You know, like, the most valuable company in the world is It's a government-owned company, the fucking Saudi Petroco one. It's just worth. It's like itself is worth like a couple $1 trillion. So it's just, and it's government-owned. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm sure the Jewish people do have again like loads and loads and loads of money as well, no doubt. But you can't just sit there and pretend that. And we know the other problem with the Saudi Arabians is that they just got nothing to do with the money. And what I mean by that is just that. Like, no one wants to go to Saudi Arabia to like visit, really. So they're all just stuck in their like shitty countries, and they just end up having like a really baller mansion in the middle of like a desert area. And then they just got loads of insane cars there, and just like maybe a lion or a tiger, and just loads of the house will be like really decked out to the nines. But they just live in Saudi Arabia, so like who cares? Like there's like nowhere really. There's no like community near him where you can just drive around and stuff. It just feels like he's just. I just saw a video where I think it was after the football game. It was just these English people just met up with this like really rich Saudi dude. They just went to his house. They were just. I just remember seeing how like weird it just felt. Because it is like that. It's just it's not like you in England. That's the thing. It's like being rich in like a good country is actually much more valuable in my opinion. Than just being rich in a shitty country. Some people don't get that because you get these people who are like flexing, saying I refuse to pay whatever money, so I'm gonna go live in Saudi Arabia for fucking like until it sorts itself out. So you gotta live in fucking Dubai. I don't want to live in Dubai. I don't care what you're gonna say. I don't care if you show me your lovely dinners and stuff. I don't even like going out for dinners and stuff. I don't care. I just make my own stuff. Don't like eating that much really. I don't care about that. What I do care about is like walking outside and just feeling a sense of familiarity. And you're going to laugh and say, well, I don't feel like that here. Well, I actually do. I'm in one of the rare places that does actually. And even if I didn't, I'd still feel much more familiar walking in Birmingham and probably seeing the odd white person than just being in Saudi Arabia, where it's just going to be full of fucking super religious or authoritarian guards. Just they're probably going to treat you differently because again they do the racism right, where they'll give their own people special benefits but if it's like someone foreign, they give them more trouble. But we don't do that. We do the opposite in this country. If you're a native, they give you extra trouble. If you're foreign, they let you off. It's just how cool we are. Because it's so easy being white, and we just gave you guys advantages. Just go on, try and fuck us over, and if this is the best you've got, then fine. I'll deal with it. But I'm a bit disappointed as well, I'm gonna say. We started to find out. We now know what's going on.
On her first day. Now, we've seen this time and time again. 18-year-olds
Oh, you got so much to comment on. So I'm pretty sure, like, the vast majority of Case fans are probably mostly women. The guys who probably watch her will be a combination of gay, Indian simps, low T, or people on the LGBTQI sort of spectrum. That's generally when you have like women. If I'm not, I don't care, because I don't think you're getting a lot of blokes watching this. Do you know a lot of like blokes like me watching it? I'm watching this ironically. It doesn't count. So I am subscribed to her. So, but that's fine. Like, I'm like in the special category. I'm like miscellaneous. Um, I don't know. I just think this sort of content might become a little bit more common. Um, I think there probably will be quite a big cultural shock for sort of these liberal women coming quite soon. Because it's like I say to you again, the reason like a lot of people, like the straight white men, are in the situation they're in is actually because of women like Katie. That's what I'm trying to say. That's the kind of the the bullet point takeaways of this. I think it's just important we just sort of nip this in the bud and we just try and use her as a sobering case of she's a good target for me because she's very young, so she's just come out of like university, and I just feel like she's already got that attitude where she's gives off this opinion that she knows the world already. So I think she's actually lived a very sheltered life and probably had a couple of things that probably happened to her, and I had no doubt in my mind that to her, that's the big thing. That whatever happened to her was really, really bad. But I just think in the grand scheme of it, it probably wasn't. And this is what people are starting to learn now. It's just, you know, you could be outside and you could watch someone lose control of their car and just plow into like a guy on a bike, and you just see like the guy on the bike is just like, I don't know, his like head comes off. I'm not joking. I'm just trying to be like really hyperbolistic. Someone might see that and they will be absolutely ruined. They will look at that and they might even like start being sick, and they're just going to be like, that's it. They're probably going to need like trauma. You might get another person who's going to see that and they'll be like, oh my god, and they just start filming it, and they're just not even like really, they don't even really care that much. You'll get some people who probably just don't want to get involved, so they'll probably know that even if they know what happens, they'll probably just like shuffle off and walk on. And you'll get like probably loads of people who run over and they'll try and help. So what's my little point here? It's just everyone feels different about everything. So it's just, I don't know. It's just a difficult point because we get to a point where we're just like letting people go out, feel whatever they want, get treated however they want. And it's like, at what point is it just women are just admitting they need to be protected? Because this is just all it is. It just seems like a woman just seems to go through her life collecting her trauma, and then she just never lets go of it, and she's just that's all she is. That women are just like an assimilation of all their trauma. It's like it's very hard for them to be able to process it. They just don't seem to be able to. And I think that's an allegory that, again, like the princess in the castle, that's what it's about. It's about keeping the pure virgin women from being exposed to the harrowing conditions of the monsters that are on the outside. And you need a brave knight to slay the dragon, which is like all the trauma and stuff, to come rescue you, protect her. That's the whole point. That's literally the whole point. But if you let women out, it's like someone like Katie, or even for her, it wasn't even so much that. It was just the fact that she went on the internet. That she shouldn't have been on the internet. That's what we needed to do. We needed to block her from using the internet. Because again, I think porn fucks women up more. Because I reckon if I'd watched whatever porn she'd watched, I'd just probably been like, oh, that's pretty fucked, and I'd just probably get over it. But I think because she watches it and she sees herself as the sexualized item in it, because it's probably different. Because as a bloke, you probably do think of pretty like disgusting ways to fuck someone, because that's just how blokes are. But as a woman, I think it's a bit more different. They don't really, when they're born, they don't really think like that at all. So I think if you're like someone like Kate and your first exposure is like sex, it's just watching some fucking gangbang and you're just seeing like the women getting fucked in like four holes, sometimes four, maybe it's like the ear. Yeah, it probably does. As the woman who's like you're the object. So like your kind of whole like ethos, I think, in life is as a woman is like you're just trying to like you're scanning everything, and you're scanning every like potential man, and you're like thinking every single man you see, you're probably thinking Is he a mate? Could he be a mate? Could he be a mate? Could he be a mate? Is this person a threat? 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 And that's probably it. That's probably all that they go through their head. I don't think men worry so much because I suppose we are more likely to be the offenders, but I just think women seem to just be walking around like they're made of glass, but they want to act like they're made of their iron. It's just crazy. They can't take it at all. And I've seen so many women as well just being in like leadership positions and they just crumble. They can't hack it. Like the shit hits the fan and stuff starts to buckle and people are like yelling at them. They can't do it. They can't do it and they're not designed to. They're always designed to have a man be beside them and say, I'll deal with it. I'll deal with it. It's exactly how it's always supposed to be because they know the man will be able to deal with it. They're just like, okay, let me see what's happening. Women just get people yelling at them and they start crying because for some reason they need everyone to like them. If a woman knows people don't like them, they get really angry. And they'll spend all their time trying to like either tarnish one of their favourite things to do is just try and convince, and Katie does it a lot as well. It's to use from her playbook. It's just usually like it's shaming techniques. So what you want to do is it's generally like character assassination. So she'll try and infer as much as possible that they're like a pedo in any way, which would usually stem from they are just in the presence of women who are probably of age. And again, she comes from the UK, so it's 16, so she's even got even less. Like of an argument, but it doesn't matter. She'll just ignore that and say it's 18. So even though whatever happens in the UK, it'd probably just be like, I don't know, it'd be like some UK streamer slept with like a 17-year-old. She would just be like, oh my god, what a pedo, what an absolute pedophile. And she just throws that word around. I'm surprised again no one sued her for it because I tell you, I just think if I was on record saying stuff like that, obviously not even as a joke, she's not even doing it as a joke. It's what I'm saying is there's just no, women just can't do jokes. I've said this. So go back a couple of episodes. It's probably further than that. But just women's humor just generally isn't really funny. She's just being shaming. It just because I said to you, it's difficult for women to be funny because when a man is watching a woman, I'm sorry to sound really offensive, but most of the time we are looking at you in a sort of sexual sense, and we're just sort of like, especially if it's like a semi-attractive woman, the jokes don't really land the same because like they're the prize in a way. Because like a lot of humor, I don't know. It's like because you're not really laughing. It's if you're doing comedy and you're like a fat slobby guy, you're kind of laughing at them, and then also if they're sort of telling a story where it's like humiliating or awkward, it just feels a bit more funny because they look like an average Joe. If you have a really attractive person saying the same stuff, again, the jokes just don't land as well because again, you just probably don't, you might not believe there's some of their awkwardnesses and I guess like when women like shame men for like not being good at sex, it just comes off bad. It always just comes off bad faith. Oh, sorry, not even that bad faith. It just because women are like the gatekeepers to sex. Basically, they're the ones who can act and deny it. So it's just if they're shaming men for not getting it, it's normally not because they're accepting the flaws in dating, which is just that most women are gonna go for the top people. Or they're not going to talk about the reasons why men aren't just going to just get girlfriends for the sake of it, because that's what some blokes do. It's just they think, oh, I know women are really bad, they're so like fucking left, so I'm just going to pretend to be really left so they'll sleep with me. It's just, that'll never work because you're just always going to come out. But anyway, so I think Kay's annoyed because I told you this. She loves money. She's made that abundantly clear. I feel like I don't know how well she's doing, and I think women are generally not very good with money. So I wonder if she probably is spending too much, because especially at her age, it's an actual curse to be have a lot of money when you're young. Which is again, this is another reason why she's falling for like the trap. Because women like hey, they're perfect. You just like she goes on the algorithm. Someone like YouTube, probably an Indian guy, will see that and be like, look at this, and it would be like, oh, Katie, 21 years old, UK, white, okay. And then they'll love it. So she'll get like put up because all the Indian guys and like all the like other women, like lonely women, all the other essayed women who are like every woman has been essayed. They go to like a club and someone like pinches their ass. They go, oh, I was essayed in the nightclub. I can't. I'm gonna. I'm gonna hate men forever. And any time a man is ever in a situation where I'm a decider to their life, I could just make their life worse. Just because some man touched my ass when I was in a nightclub. Can't do it anymore. Oh, I hate it. Even though you just get stories of women in like the 70s and 80s, and just like, yeah, sometimes a guy would squeeze my ass. Or what happened? Well, you just fucking slap them. You say, how don't you dare? And then maybe they got thrown out of the pub, and that's it. You go on with your night. You fucking got on with it. You didn't cry about it. And you need to like go in the back, and they have to like call the police, and that's what would happen today. Because that's the shitty like long housing, I suppose we've got. I mean, I guess people would probably say, "Oh, so what you want that to happen again?" But I don't know if I want necessarily. I just think they've just gone too far. I just think we've gone to this point now where it's like you're not allowed to. You just can't do anything because women like hey, just get too offended by everything. Because that's their life. And women go out and they're just like little trauma detectors. They just go around and they just act prim and proper. And then they speak to some black man, and the black man just acts really cool. Like this is again like the other thing. Like all like women love like immigrants because all of the immigrants are going to be really nice to the women because they know like the women firstly are more stupid, so it makes more sense to do it. They're less threatening. So again, and also like a lot of them want to sleep with them. So they all get the best ever characteristics of all these like these black guys and the foreign people. But then all the white men, they don't. They get all the worst attributes of it because then the white blokes are like the competition. They've been taught by Jewish people that like this is payback for like the stolen gems or the stolen land or whatever shit. Like there was someone on X who was like, it was some anti-Indian post, and some fucking Indian dude was like went on some the worst spelling ever, but it was some diatribe about how Indians had made all of like the railroads and like hospitals in Canada or something, and everyone was just roasting. It was just, I could just see he had one like, which would be him. So they like their own posts. It's just the most cringe thing in the world. And I even wrote, and I was like, is there actually an advantage? Why do you need to be able to like your own post? Can we just turn that feature off? Because there is just something really annoying when you know that someone's liked your own post. For me, it pisses me off a little bit extra because you just know they're brown, or they'll just they're using any means they can. They just hope that's it. That all they hope is just that someone's going to see their comment. They'll see the one like on it, and they'll see like my comment's got 0 likes, and they'll just hope that they're stupid enough to just see one like and go, well, he must be right then because he is like that. It's like the stupidest logic ever. Because that's what they do. They just cheat. They just want to do any cheat to get ahead. They don't care. They just pretend they can fly a plane. And this is probably what they're going to do, all the Indian pilots, just pretend they can fly a plane. Just go, yeah, I went to Baghdad, New Delhi air school. So anyway, Katie's really annoyed because she probably has cold feet and wished that she did OF back in the glory days. It's probably too late now. And this is the sense I'm just getting. It's just I feel like she keeps doing all of this. And there's a sense of she's sick at society because it is sick, because she was only 18. But then it's like I've said to you always, is that she can easily go out and get loads of her like girl mates to like do a march. I'll join her. I probably would legitimately join her if she wants to do like a banning OnlyFans thing, because I hate all that. But she doesn't want to. She does too much effort. She'd rather like sit in her room with her toys. All the mushroom toys, the Hello Kitty, because she's got lava lamp, loads of Funko Pops. Just loads of stuff. I mean, if she does have kids, they'll love it. But she's, you know, she hasn't got time for that. She needs to be making money, makes loads and loads of money. And it's just another funny thing as well. It just tickled me. I think I was listening to. I was listening to like Brittany Venti just talking about it was the Pearl debate. Now I've got to be careful because there's a distinction here. It was funny, but I don't think it was really funny because of what she was adding to it. This is the clear distinction. It was just it was only funny because she was just watching the whole Pearl thing. That was actually what was funny. It was just how bad Pearl was. The commentary she added wasn't like super great. There might have been a couple of times she said something that maybe, but that was like arrogant. A lot of stuff was just things that I was just kind of. Everyone was probably just thinking if you were just watching it. If anyone was just doing commentary, they'd probably say around the same sort of stuff that she would have said. And again, is that good enough for her to really be famous? No, not really. But you know, this is the system, so whatever. But anyway, it was just tickled me because she was complaining about. I think she was making a point about Pearl not preparing for like this debate or something, which isn't actually true because I actually have watched a video of Pearl who did. Just because I'm not a fan at all, but I just watch everyone because I want to get a taste of just to feel like especially the female careers, like what the zeitgeist I think is changing, so I'm just very intrigued by that. She was like, it's just so typical. You get a woman like Pearl, and I can't imagine she's very busy. She's got like a lot going on. Not like me. Like I've been really busy, and I was like, here we go. Here's going to be like the woman cope, and it's just so many like. And this is just what I mean. All women just lie inherently, just lie, and even she lies. Like I think deep down, Brittany Venti would love to see the destruction of like probably the Western nation. Especially straight white males, she'd probably love that. She'd probably tell you otherwise, but I have a feeling she probably, just all women probably do secretly want that. But her more in particular. And I was just like, oh, here we go. She's going to like lay on thick. Oh my god, how long is it going to take me to make this fucking video? And I'm just thinking, all the men in life ever who are doing anything, and you just think, I bet there's so many guys who are just doing a fucking decking carpentry work, doing some decking or something like that. I bet that like one day that they're making that is like a more hard work effort than you put into like the whole making of whatever that fucking video was. I think it was like all women's. I was tempted to watch it, but I don't know. Maybe I just find like just there's only so much I can regurgitate the same stuff over and over again. Like we get it. I just think the female facade is up now. We kind of get it. There's nothing really happening here. No one's actually, what's the word? Innovating. There doesn't seem to be any females that are coming out where I'm thinking, oh, these are some really prophetic characters here. They've got some really deep thoughts. These really going to change the way people are going to think. It's always the same shit, the same regurgitated stuff, just slightly different accent, slightly different jokes. Just take a risk and do something a bit more crazy. But they don't want to. It's just get another thing women do. They just want to be safe. They just want to just play everything safe. Well, I don't want to rock the boat, so I'll just keep making the same stuff. And then they just dip out if things don't work. They just dip out. They just be like, fuck this. Or they just say they're going to have kids. I don't know what to do.
Kill anyone trying to kill the commander, even if they're one of us.
Why can't I turn the sound down?
Like how you killed Fullband? It was an accident, so shut up.
Give me that. I'll do the talking. This is Base Commander McKenzie. I want you idiots to understand the gravity of this
As soon as
operation.
they turn 18 to
My orders
capitalise
take
on the fact
priority.
that there
That's
are
it.
creeps who wait for them to turn legal. It's
Now remember, Kay will never tell you the race. And she'll tell you it's not important, because that's the Jewish start-off. The Jewish start-off is to tell you that it's not important. But it is really important. And if you think it's not important, I actually think you are racist. So Katie is racist by not accepting these facts. Because she's not listening to me, a white man, and that's got to be racist. And again, the Jewish psyops has been very clever with the way they've done OnlyFans, because again, it's always okay. You'll just look on like Google and she'll type it in, and I think I did have an argument with some fucking nut. He just couldn't understand it. So we just okay. So let me just try and explain it again. So anyone who has a brain can actually go think about it. So unfortunately, what you got to do is you got to do something which a lot of people don't like doing. And it's called challenging the data, and people hate that because how can data be wrong, right? How can fucking data be wrong? It doesn't make any sense. Data is my best friend. I love big data. But anyway, I was looking it up. I think like the UK was the second highest country to OnlyFans. So that sounds like really bad data, doesn't it? That sounds like, oh, I mean, they really got me there. But there are
One has taken some damage, but can still fly.
so I think there's only like 5 million. Shit. I say this only. There's 5 million OnlyFans accounts in the UK. And you're like, well, yeah, but that still sounds really bad. So each account would have to spend like $250 to make the 500 and whatever. I think it was 580 million that they make. But again, this is the psyops. There's loads of different avenues we can go around, but I'm willing to go through them all with you. Voice chat. Okay, banner. Yeah, so you got 5 million accounts in OnlyFans, right? Well, okay, so that might be true, but you have 2 million Indians who live in the UK. There are over 2 million black people who also live in the UK. And there are also 5 million Muslims, and they do use it. I know you're going to say it's haram. It's bullshit. They do. I've seen the amount of times I've seen Muslim people doing things which are haram. It just I don't care anymore. I wouldn't even fucking be surprised they eat pork. I wouldn't even care. I wouldn't even notice. I just think they just say that shit just to like fuck with people. I bet they all go in their mosques and they're just laughing, just saying, I can't believe it. I started praying in front of like some twat at some bus and they just stopped. I just don't think they care. I think they just say haram is just anything that they don't like. And also there's probably a lot of these Pakistanis who are Muslims as well, who are probably part, because they're probably using a lot of like this sort of the sex gang, grooming gangs and stuff. That probably contributes towards it as well. So that could all just be anyway embezzled. But anyway, that's the theory. But I'm not even gonna like lie to you and say that's gonna be all. But I'm just saying I think a large number of them, until we sort out this issue where everyone who's in Britain is actually white, you can't even use that anymore. If you're just gonna say, oh, Britain has this many people, all that says to me is okay, we've got like 10 million people of color, so an eighth of our country are people of color. So we need 2 million of those to be for the OnlyFans account, so a fifth of those. But not only that, but like obviously they're gonna have money because they live in England, so they're gonna probably have a bit of money, and they can live on. A lot of these people just go on the dole. They just sit on the dole and they just collect like £200 every week or whatever it is, and they just will spend that on OnlyFans. Cigarettes and alcohol. Well, that's haram. No, I don't care. I fucking care. See, loads of Muslims smoke. And then people will say, yeah, that's what they say. They'll say that, and it's the same with exactly the same in the US as well. So the US has even worse because in the US they've got like 14% of their country's black. So that's like 40 or 50 million black guys, and then they've probably got more Indians than us. I'm probably happy to say that probably like 60, 70, 80 million people in America will be people of color. So again, if they want to sit there and be like, "Oh look, all these white men are obsessed with OnlyFans," and no, you can't even use that. It's because again, you're insinuating that we all you're giving us the what we want by you saying that. You're basically saying, "Oh, so we are just a white nation, are we?" You're basically giving us that credit. You're saying, "Oh, so you do see us as a white nation." So every time you see like the meme where they like show like the white soy jack, and he's like obsessed with OnlyFans. It's not him. White guys can generally go out and sleep with, and then I'm not even kidding. So again, if you're a chop-looking white guy, it doesn't even matter if you can't sleep with other white women. You'll be able to probably bang a black woman or a fucking Asian women. Asian women find most men like white guys. If you just look okay and you can dress yourself alright. Seriously, there's some fucking chopped Chinese women. I see some really. There's a Chinese woman that works in a shop where I work. She's got a massive hairy mole on her face. I think you could probably go to date with her. I mean, she might be gassed up, but I'm sure she's not. You know what I mean? Or fuck her like fuck a fucking Indian woman or something. I know it might suck, but just to build your confidence up. This is the illusion. All the people of color are like trying to tell white people that they're really ugly. It's not. You think like some average looking fat Drusky lookalike black guy without Drusky's money, but just looks like Drusky and it's just as fat and smells. You think he's got more of a chance of getting laid than a white guy with a similar structure? Probably not. I don't know. I don't think so. Because what the psyops is, it's just that I'm not going to outright say that there aren't good-looking black dudes. There are, absolutely. There's black dudes more attractive than me. 100%. But what I'm trying to say to you is that they're very thin and far between. You're going to just take examples out of you can do of anything. It's not the average. Average black and Indian guy does not look like the best version of their race. They don't. It's the same with Indian women. I think like I hate to admit it, but I probably only see a couple of like actual Indian women where I think I probably would want to like fuck them. I don't care. Same with black women as well. I know it's just I don't know. I know it sounds horrible. I just feel really gross, especially with black women. Just now I know that how ratchet they are. Just I think hygiene's a really big thing for me. I cannot get it. especially if you're a woman. And I think I'm going to be really honest with you because I have lived with lots of women. I just think the irony is I think women can smell worse than blokes because like if they don't clean their vagina, I know that sounds really grim, but I'm just being honest with you, like it can really fucking smell. It's like they really, blokes can get really smelly if they just don't wash and they just have that lingering smell of BO and swear. But I think sometimes women just don't think too much about like that's the smells they make, and it's a massive turn off. I hate like I know like some people just like oh they love women stink. I fucking hate it. I think it's grim. I think it's grim. To be honest with you, I'm surprised I've got kids. I really just sex. I'm not bothered about sex at all. When I've got kids, there's no point for it anymore. Like I generally don't really wake up and just feel, oh, you know what I want to do? I'm gonna spend all day. I'm just gonna go look and just waste all my energy going on like Tinder or something, just trying to get a date. Just have a mediocre conversation with some mediocre woman and just have sex. But that's some black and Indian guys. That's the life mission. So like I said to you, there's some Indian dudes, some black guys who will just work until they're like 60, and if they get enough money to finally sleep with a white woman, that'll be their life. They'll be happy. Then they'll die. Like for white people, we've got like a lot higher aspirations, but like this is what I'm saying because they're like from Africa and stuff. They don't really have anything. Like they already are in paradise. They're living in paradise. So if it'd be like again, it's like imagine if the moon had like these blue people in it, blue-skinned humans, and they were all like 1.25 times bigger, smarter. In like even the women are just 1.25 times trans. I don't even know if that's possible. Whether just they got like their average woman just looks like an attractive version of like Sydney Sweeney. So that's just like an average woman for them. So you would obviously, as a white person, if you had the honor to like be able to go to the moon, and you're going to be there, and you're going to feel like, oh my god, I'm truly with all the gods. And then yeah, you're gonna like probably go to like the bar, and you're gonna like look really stupid because you're gonna be really small, and you probably won't be able to fit in there in the chairs and stuff. You'll be there trying to like look really cool, but whatever you think is cool isn't cool to the moon. These like moon women, so they're just gonna sit there and just look at you really like. But because they're smarter than you, they'll probably like just pity you. So they'll probably like, yeah, they'll probably just quietly just kind of giggle, and then unless you actually like go over there and do anything, they'll probably just leave you to it. And then you'll go to work, and you'll probably realise that all the other blue people are probably like going to start bullying you a little bit, or just like pressing you because they'll notice that you're not working as hard as them, and they're like a bit annoyed because for some reason you're getting paid as much as them. But because they're 1.25 times smarter and like more capable than you, they're just doing the work a lot quicker, and they're sort of seeing that you're just. And also they notice that there's all these incentives in place for me as well. So even though I'm not as good as them, I'm being given like privileges to make myself be as good as them. And these blue people start saying, "Oh, why is that fair? Like why would you even do that? Do you do that in a war? When we go to war with someone, we notice that they don't have as many tanks, so we'll give you like 20 tanks. We don't do that. When has that ever happened in any other bracket of history? We want the best and the best. We don't want some fucking fuckwit to be like the have the keys to the nuclear arsenal. Do you?
Seems to me that Piper has never really known anything else other than exploitation.
So I mean, kettle pot black, hey. Do you see what I mean? This is just how on the ball I am. Okay, you can just even say a sentence, and I'm just already got like I'm just dishing around. I'm just like I'm just as the blacks would say, I'm cooking. Like, don't stop, I'm cooking. I'm cooking, little cuz. I love that. Is there actually someone still watching me? I'd love to know if whoever is on this, can you like do something? I'd love to know if you're actually real. You just don't. It wouldn't put me off. It just because I've got two people, it would be just nice to know that there is just someone just listening to this. Not putting you on your spot, but I just noticed that someone did like slink in. I was just thinking, who is it? It's actually disgusting that people wait. I'm just reading the top comment. Bear in mind, by the way, that remember all of these people be super pro-Palestine. And you'll be like, well, but why do you keep saying that? And I say, because do you know how old Aisha was? And they all emulate that. And even your Indian friends do it as well, the Hindus. There's so many, there's like 12 million under 10 marriages going on. But that's okay, because Katie would say it's part of their culture. So the only difference in her mind is just the country they do it. That's the woman logic. So sometimes when people are doing stuff which is predatory, that's really bad. But when there's actual proof that people are doing stuff which is predatory, that's fine. That's her logic. Because if we're going to be like really anal, which is a bad choice of words, but I'm just doing it Katie because she loves to throw in these like sexual stuff. Technically, Piper was 18 when she did do content. So no foul, no harm, no foul. I don't. So what's the problem? But again, if Kay has a fan who's from Afghanistan and they were like, "Hey, I love your content. Would you like to come to my wedding? I'd love you to meet my wife." And then like she's just kind of like saw a picture of things. Enclosed a picture of my wife, and this be a picture of like some 13-year-old girl. She'd probably just have no problem with that. She'd probably refuse, but she probably wouldn't like care that that's happening. And then she'd just be like, "Oh, those crazy Islams, those crazy Muslims." Or she'll just like use one of the classic sort of like coping techniques. But well, have you seen how bad Palestine is? And Gaza is. They need to repopulate, so they can't actually wait. Unfortunately, input until they're actually 18. So that's just actually really racist. You even say that. I'm like, what sense does that make? It's like 2 billion of them. They're definitely not running out. If anything, every Jew that gets lost, it's like that. There's only like 20 million Jews. If we're going by that shitty metric. Oh no, they're Palestinians. They're different, dude. They're not like any other of the drones that you see in any other Muslim country. These are different. You see all these crying white women, also all these crying little girls. Well, even if they do survive, they're just gonna get turned into baby machines. They're just gonna get covered up, and then they're just gonna get effed by Hamas. And then any of the boys that come out are just gonna be turned into little soldiers, and any of the women that come out will just be effed again. See how that works? And then, because there's loads of inbreeding as well, if any of them are born, which are like inbred, they strap bombs to them and they use them as walking bombs. And Kay say they don't do that, and I say they do. And so that's really racist that you'd say that. And I say, I know, but it's actually what they do. So that's why every time you hear when Jewish people like kill kids, this is what they're doing. It's just, the scenario is an IDF soldier isn't going into a school seeing, this is the story that like the Palestinians show Katie, and she'll go it'll be like some video where it'd just be like, there'd be like some school which should just be a really loving looking school, and just be all these like lovely chalk paintings outside just done by all the kids, and pictures of like the teacher, like all these sunny sky, and like everyone's happy. And they'll show like all of the Muslim kids. They'll be really smiley and happy, and that's not true at all. This is all fake. It's all fake. But she won't know that because she can't question it, because someone's made it. So he's probably a professor. So like, how could you say that? How could you question it? If Professor Wignut's made something, he's a professor. So everything he does and says is just by authority. Is just going to be always right. So like I said to you, if you meet a professor and he's a professor of like physics, for example, if like you have a plumbing question and you ask a professor and the plumber, you always believe what the professor says, because he will know just because he's a professor. So even if the professor says, "Well, actually, I don't really know," maybe ask the plumber. Don't listen to the plumber. Listen to what the professor says. Because he's a professor, and if you're a doctor or a professor, you have to be like probably like 1 million IQ. I don't think they're going to give those out like anything. You probably have to pass loads of tests for it. And I can't remember any. I don't think I've seen any bad actors or like people who've just got a degree in like Zimbabwe. They become a doctor in Zimbabwe because I know Zimbabwe is probably a really hard university. And they probably don't, again, accept bribes or other, or just are recognised institutions of any merit. So you obviously leaving, taking the doctorate, which you can't distinguish from any other doctorate. It's not like it says doctorate of Zimbabwe, does it? So you just go online, you say you're Doctor whoever, and they go, ooh. So then Doctor Wignut, he's probably just bought that as a remit. But Katie just listens to him and goes, oh, she must be really smart because you can't be a professor. Even though he has loads of spelling mistakes and grammar, they just blame that on the fact he's from India. And that's the other like rug pull they do. So there's been so many times where I've spoken with like people who have been like Indian like professors or doctors, and I'm like, your English is terrible. I'm sorry, I don't even care if you're fucking. Aren't you supposed to have like 140 IQ? I've seen people with like 140 IQ who can speak 10 languages, and you can't speak English very well. Plus, all the information that you seem to be giving me is just really vague. It just comes across as just, yeah, someone who's lied. They've lied. Oh no, we're going to make you the GP. And like most white people, if they did that, what they would be doing is they'd be shitting themselves because they'd be so scared now that they've got this. What's going to happen? Someone finds out, they're going to get ruined, their parents are going to be humiliated, blah, 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 blah. They don't care. In fact, they'll just own it. They'll just like take the new 100K job they've got with their own like surgery, and they're just gonna like drive up in their new Rolls like BMW they've bought, and they're just gonna come in and they're gonna wear their doctor's robe, and they're gonna strut around, and they're gonna like really. This is the thing, because real doctors probably are like really humble and quite nice people, but they're not, because they're fake doctors. So they're just gonna like. They're gonna just become like little Führers and just be horrible and probably just be like what they've watched on TV. So you're gonna like probably go in there and they're gonna act like House, and they're just gonna be like fucking jeery and just like recommend you like amphetamines or just anything, statins, just put you on statins and so. Oh, we're gonna just amputate your leg. What? I just said I've got a cold. It's like, yeah, but we'll just take your leg off. Or the worst is they'll probably just keep asking you to do a prostate exam because they probably just want to like stick their finger up at like women's bums. They probably do. Anytime it's going to be like a horrible old woman who actually does need to have a prostate checked, her ass checked to make sure she hasn't got like piles or anything like that, he'll just deny that because he doesn't want to do that. But then if it's like some hot blonde woman who comes in and she's just got like, I don't know, an elbow problem, he'll be like, well, I better go and check your prostate. I don't think I even have a prostate, doctor. Oh no, everyone does. Are you sure? I think only men have prostates. No, just put down your pants. And he have a hard on while he's doing it. And this is it. I'm not even kidding. You think I'm being like disgusting and racist, but this is what is happening. It's honestly what's happening. I'm sorry. I'm not like I would. This is why I'm not even need to make up because it's happening. Or gynecologists. Because what they're finding with the gynecologists is just that they're just taking pictures of the women while they're just like in the girdle and they can't see what's going on. And then even if they do get caught, they just say like, oh, they need to send them off to the lab because they don't know what this is or something like that. That's some shit. You can just do whatever. Even if it's a woman Indian doctor, she'll just do it and then probably takes the pictures and sells them to like her Indian, like, or just to shame women or just whatever. They just do it. You think I'm being racist, and it's just not. Just be a doctor in your own country. Like, we don't care. If we don't have enough, we just make more. We'll do it somehow. We'll cope. You don't need. Do not need to have these shitty maybes from other countries. Where I was thinking, is there actually any benefit really having a doctor who can't really speak English? Who doesn't seem to know what they're doing? Doesn't really seem to be giving good advice. Why are you here? Like, what are you doing? Nothing. Just being a nuisance. And then what they do is they work for like 5 years, and then after you work for 5 years, you can just live off the state for the rest of your life. So that's what they do. They just do that, and then they get pregnant, and then they just live off pensions, benefits for the rest of their life. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. I just don't really know what to do.
Her whole life has been centered around views and attention, primarily pursued by her family.
I mean, again, isn't this just Katie as well? No input. Katie went to uni. Oh, whatever. She's still like only started this shit when she's 20. I'm not gonna say like she's a kid, but like that's the start of her adult life. She's got this bullshit as women do, coping mechanism that she's worked for like, I don't know, 3 jobs and WH Smith and some other shit, and she'll convince everyone and me. And I've actually worked for 10 years. So I've been working for like 10 years now, but she'll convince everyone that she's worked more than me, and she knows the world more than me, and she knows like how unfair things more than me, and she knows being a man better than I do. And she's smarter than me as well. Because even though I've got a high education, she'll just claim because she got it, hers is more recent and she's female, she probably worked harder for it. Some bullshit like that. Or if she got whatever score it was only because like her professor just had something in, it didn't like her for some reason, some arbitrary reason, just make some shit up. Because women can't accept accountability because it breaks their perfect facade, so then men don't want to sleep with them, so they don't do it. That's the true reason. Yeah, so I should really try and remember what these are.
Particularly by her mother.
iPhone 17 Pro, the most powerful iPhone ever. It's the O2 sale. Save up to £432 from under £69 a month. Plus, all these exclusive.
By her mother. Piper Rockell used to be part of a kid YouTube group called The Squad. Her mum, Tiffany Smith, was the pioneer behind the channel, which featured vlogs, challenges, and pranks racking up millions of views, ergo millions of dollars.
Oh, gone ergo.
In 2005, Netflix dropped a documentary
Gone
outlining the
ergo.
controversies of the child influencer group, including allegations of exploitation, manipulation, and
Gone ergo alert. So they're just dotted around somewhere. Like, I don't know what to do. I'm guessing I just go back and then I gotta try and trace where the bullets are going from. Yeah, I mean, this is just what I mean. In my opinion, and this is the thing, Katie, again, we're like, that's not true, that's not true. I do think that really, if I'm gonna be really flipped, like, there isn't much difference to really stripping into than what like Katie does. If we're trying to like take the end goal away from what it's trying to do, it's just distraction, isn't it? It's making content for like the third worlders, like Indians and black people and like women, just to distract them from having kids. That's it. This is all she's doing. I know I'm racist for saying that, but I don't go. It's all a distraction. This is what all it is. It's all distraction just to make you make content for third worlders and black people. It's the golden age for them. They need more content. They don't want to watch like black people talk about shit. They want to hear Katie talk about shit. Shit! I mean, I've really screwed the pooch, haven't I? I don't know where half of the shit is. Like, where is that coming from?
SAM site spotted. Eliminated.
Nickel. Nickel. Nickel.
40 kilometers remain.
Escorts that go down do so with honorable service, worthy of my praise.
X-missile will down your craft, so watch your tail.
Mad Dog, it's up to you to make sure the support stays in the air.
Bandits closing in on Rover 1. Intercept and engage.
Mad Dog, I see enemy aircraft. They're right on us. Call our escorts back. Cal looks promising. He's got a good combat record. Use those flares now. Missiles are coming.
Rover 1 has been hit. Are you guys doing this on purpose?
The craft's shaking.
Commander, you won't go down. Not for a while yet.
How on earth am I supposed to take these all out?
Bandits incoming. Engage and destroy. New SAM site.
I don't think I've done it. Look how much he's getting peppered.
Rover 1 is exposed to anti-air fire.
What's the? Let's look it up.
Protecting.
It literally says mission 10, SAM sites. Okay, that's gonna make things a lot easier. See, I told you. I think once you saw the map.
And abuse, all at the hands of Piper's mother. You know, I already have some kind of strong opinions when it comes to child.
Remember, she doesn't want kids. Well, she doesn't. But this is why I just find it always really funny. Is like these women don't have kids. They're in no rush to have kids. They don't seem like particularly maternal. In fact, they're like the opposite, like really masculine. But then they always immediately, as soon as it becomes about like children, they know it's like a really good thing. Especially if you want to like shame men, it's really good to use kids. To me, then they just get really like on top of that. They're just like it's suddenly once like it's got something to do with shaming men or victimizing women, girls. Sorry. They like to use that word. It's very, very clever. Because, like I said to you, women's like main to go to area. They've got kind of a few areas you can play. The main one, like, if you're directly involved with them, they can easily just say like you're a sex. Well, there's like levels. They can just say you're full on rapist, or they've done something to you. So then you're just like a sex pest or weird. Like weird is a good one women say because what doesn't mean anything. There's no science books which you'll read which says Jupiter is a weird planet. It won't. It will never say that. I don't know what that means. What does that science? The science doesn't really like the word weird. Like, what's that? Kind of contradicts what like science is. Science is like knowing what something is. Weird is like you're kind of unfamiliar with something. It's just very emotive. It's all like it doesn't really evoke. But women just like to say it, and I think she's even used that in the title actually. Oh no, she said gross. But again, gross is another one of those things where it's like, well, what does that really mean? I suppose. So it's like this like women sort of like language they like to use. It's like tee hee hee. I'm the moral arbiter, and I'm gonna shame you, even though whatever Katie probably does, like in the bedroom with like her black boyfriend, probably is really despicable. Probably uses all his chains and stuff, and it's like she probably says daddy a lot, and probably like they do like age play or whatever, or the one that's allowed because one of them isn't allowed apparently. It's fucking bullshit that they come up with. Like no, age regression's not okay. It's like tax evasion and tax avoidance. Like age regression is not okay. Age play is fine. I'm like, what are you talking about? This is just like this is the whole lolly argument, isn't it? It's just like the whole trying to like justify just jerking off. It's like, yeah, lolly. Like they're not actually children. Actually, they're vampire lords. No, not gay lords. That was very funny, wasn't it? We all had a laugh and just called me a gay lord. They're vampire lords. And if you read up on vampire lords, you'll know that they regress and keep their slender, supple, childlike form. It's like, what are you talking about? You know this is made by a human, right? They're like, what are you talking about? I was like, it's made by a human. What's your point? I was like, it was not real. I might let it go if it was real. If there actually were vampires and that happened, I'd go, okay, that's okay. But it isn't real. A man has made that. A man could have very easily decided to not have made that. So you just saying it's like the law just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter. Who cares? I never understood these arguments. And again, I always watch this stuff. In my brain, I already know this, but for some reason, I got to listen to like Nicholas Dioro like talk about it for like 5 hours because for some reason his fat head takes him that long to process information. I'm like, or his Indian fans probably do, and just sat there like, so I don't understand why you got such a problem with him. With him defending Lolly so much, because I just explained it to you. In my head, I've just thought about it already. But it will take Nicholas Duro 5 hours to just explain what I've done. Because it doesn't make money doing what I do, for one. If like Nicholas Duro knew what I knew, he would just say, no, what are you doing? Don't tell everyone that. You gotta spend 8 hours doing each segment. So when you're talking about the fucking Indians, that's a whole day. Don't say it all. They're blowing your wad too early. But like, I don't care. That's what people who care about money say. Money is control of the boo. Well, money is a form of control. That's why they use it. So he's trying to be free from control. That's why Andrew Tate is not free from the Matrix. He's like that cipher guy. That's why I always found it so funny anytime I ever heard him like making any like direct parallels to the Matrix. I was like, you have not escaped the Matrix, my friend. You are literally the guy, Cypher, from the first movie, he even looks like Andrew Tate. He's this bald dude who rats out. He's meant to be Judas. And he just rats out Neo to Agent Smith. And his reward is he just wants to like live in the Matrix, but just be really rich, really famous, and be a celebrity. Isn't that just what Andrew Tate literally is? So he hasn't escaped the Matrix. He's made the deal with the agents. He's more in the Matrix, if anything. To be free, it would be like, yeah, someone like me who's like, I'm not like surrounded by wealth, and I am living and eating the sludge, and it's, what do they call that place? Like wherever the shitty their little place was. Because if I know I'm going to talk the way I am, I won't get the brand deals. That's why, like, I always notice a lot of these big creators, they wouldn't go on identity politics that much because they knew, especially around Andrew Tate, if he was going to go on a massive diatribe about how much he thinks like Indians are losers, he was going to lose like 90% of his clients. Because it just never made me any sense. Because I always used to remember listening to Andrew, and I was always like, why does he never ever say anything about how fucking much losers the Indian people are? And why does no one ever just talk about how much losers Indian people are? Most simps are just Indian people, by the way. They really are.
Stars and people who use their kids' faces online to
Oh, I'm gonna have to look at this, I'm afraid, okay? Very racist. Cool. Okay. This is not necessarily easy.
Sure wish our cargo would shut up. The enemy's using anti-air weapons. Don't freak out. Keep your shit together.
I missed.
Be on the lookout for camouflage SAM sites. Seek and destroy. SAM site confirmed. Down. Stay alert.
Okay.
Stall warning. Caution, stall warning.
Another SAM spotted.
Damn it.
Stall warning.
Spare squadron. SAM site's located. Take them out.
Missile. Missile. Missile.
SAM site confirmed. Destroyed. Continue escort. Rover 1 has taken some damage, but can still fly. Damaged? Take out the goddamn missile and there'd be no damage.
Ah.
New SAM site. Another SAM. Clean it up.
Stall warning.
Bandits closing in. Determined hostile. Intercept. General Staff Office seems to have the impression you didn't kill Harley, Trigger. Recorded destination. Reopen your case. Successfully carry out this mission, and it'll give a good impression. Rover 1 hit by a missile. Mad Dog, get some support in there fast. Tell them I requested it. There's no time. 2 aircraft will have to do. Enemy transport support spotted and confirmed. Sending backup. Clear to engage. Enemy destroyed. Continue with escort. Flying as an escort makes me feel like I'm all tied down.
Caution. Blood.
Threat confirmed. Eliminated. 40 kilometers remain.
Missile. Missile.
Escorts that go down do so with honorable service, worthy of my praise. The next missile will down your craft, so watch your team. Mad Dog, it's up to you to make sure the support stays in the air. SAM site spotted. Eliminated.
Missile.
New
Missile.
SAM site. There are more than we expected.
Missile.
What?
Missile. Caution.
This is Mad Dog. SAM site's located. Eliminate them.
hit? Nice. Damn. Oh, can you just not? Fuck. Damn it. I really didn't want to use that. Bogies. Uh-oh. Yeah. Whoa. I don't remember ever seeing this. Space jet. I mean, that's the truth. This is the truth. Once you can have unmanned vehicle, you can just do shit like this. This is why they. This is why it's stupid that they're fake. They're like against it. Little present from Uncle Sam. Okay. Interesting. Great. Oh shit. My god.
Spare 15. The enemy has a pattern to their movements. There will be an opening. Don't let them out of your sights.
What am I even doing? Am I supposed to actually beat this? Sounds like Kitchen Nightmare music. Look how fast they go. Oh, we'll just chunk it to your ass.
Bandit lost, confirmed down.
That was fucking lucky, wasn't it?
15. You did well. Wait, what now? 4 friendlies approaching. Allied fighters. This is the Air Force Base 444 Squadron. What is your affiliation? Got a guard dog out here barking? This is your old friend, Cyclops 1. Cyclops Squadron? What are you doing here? I was tracking an enemy prototype. I wouldn't be surprised if that dumbass from your side was the one who downed it.
This is Base Commander McKinsey. I apologize on behalf of that asshole. He really screwed up. He didn't listen to my order to stand down. I'm certain he'll be punished for taking down the unidentified aircraft.
Give me a break. Commander, if you would kindly accompany me to my base, we'll answer any questions you have there.
Actually, I'm grateful. Support was unreliable.
Respectfully, sir, I believe they got promise.
I watch porn. Alright, now I can listen to go again. Oh, well, at least I did it. I knew it would just be some bullshit like that. I was like, oh, it's probably just going to be like, if I knew the map, it'd be easy.
Sure wish our cargo would shut up. The enemy's using anti-air weapons. Don't freak out. Keep your shit together. Be on the lookout for camouflage SAM sites. Seek and destroy. SAM site confirmed down. Stay alert.
going on? Yes, Katie's really pissed off because people are like watching Pepper to her Tippy Longstop.
To be a recipe for success, and I think particularly in this case, looking at how Piper ended up dropping an only link the second she turned 18, it's kind of hard to have imagined really any other route for her with the upbringing.
I love, like, she puts the TikTok in a background, which has got like hearts and stuff, and then she's got like a Katyklism like logo. I just love the logo. Just love the little logo. It's like so bratty, so brat hot girl summer. But it doesn't make any sense. It's like not her video. You can't just like put a little barrier around it and then just say it's yours. Look at that, it's cool as fuck. Dude, look at this. Did you get this cool view of the heat fog? Fuck your shit. So what race are the guys who are flying the jet? They're not black. I'll tell you that. And we blackjack Jetfires.
That she had, and how her mum essentially saw her as an unlimited money glitch, so to speak. So today we are going.
This is what I mean. I'm sorry, Kate. I thought you were all about get your bag, girl. So what is it? You want women? You want women? Wow. Nice. Cool. I'm about to be sick. I just love saying it. I mean, this sounds like a really fun level. How could this be fun?
Going to be watching the Banging It Out podcast, which is a podcast ran by Kayla and Jacob, as in Jacob Sartorius, as in
3 hours. 3 hours. Oh my god. I only watched a video of Cave. Like, only watching 3 hours. The fuck have I been doing? Has I really been playing that mission for that long? 3 hours. I thought I'd been playing this for like a fucking a couple hour and a half. 3 hours. Jesus. That's so good. You fucking kidding me? That looks fucking awesome.
You can wear my sweat. Yeah, that guy. And they are basically interviewing Piper about her being on Only and her thoughts and her feelings. And I figured we'd give that a bloody good watch today. So let us.
She's wearing no makeup today. She's clearly, she's just angry. Again, furious that men have taken her attention away. Okay. Wait, where is the tanker? Oh, there. Gotcha. Oh boy. Oh my god, hang on. Oh my god, what is happening? Like, Trigger, what the fuck, dude? Sorry, man. It's what... That was not good. I don't think he'd probably get disciplined by that. I'm not kidding. He'd probably go back and they'd say, like, even though he did it right, they'd say, what happened? What do you mean? We saw you when you were trying to refuel. You fucking scatting around. Are you okay? You haven't had anything to drink, are you? You don't mind taking this test for us, just to make sure you haven't had anything to drink. I mean, I've been drinking, but I'm allowed to because it's the game. I would never, ever, ever dare operate a vehicle of this caliber drunk. What am I doing? Oh, brilliant. Whoa. Jesus. This is a fuck off laser beam, dude. Just grease the ship. Okay, this might not be... I don't think I should go after the ships. Unless I use the photon gun. That photon gun was fucked. I didn't realise how powerful it is. That might be able to take out the ship. You idiot. Yeah, just ignore the ships. The ships would be fun to kill, but they're not worth it.
Also ignore all of these little tears on my lips. I like to pick them until they bleed. Look at that. Papa's is so...
Can't I just say, oh, I do as well, but I don't need to tell people that. So... Men versus women, eh?
Fucking. I know. It is. It was. I actually got to stay at the Bub House, like, just for fun. A perfect place to begin. Piper talking about how she stayed at the Bop House one time for fun. Before she was 18, might I add, which we all knew was happening. She was, as a minor, hanging around with a group of adult workers in a worker creator house making content. Now, that to me is strange. A lot of people may argue that it's not because they weren't happening. She was, as a minor, hanging around with a group of adult workers in a worker creator house making content. Now, that to me is strange. A lot of people may argue that it's not because they weren't doing bop related content. I would argue very much that it is strange, because why a group of girls whose primary focus is on growing their spicy page hanging around with a girl who has been known to be sexual.
Oh, my sweet summer child. It's just it. Kay's just deluded. Again, she's too scared to ask the pertinent questions. And those questions is who are the people who are gagging? Who are gagging to see this stuff? And Kay will be really quick and still say it's men. And you know, the true fans of the show, they know what I'm going to say next. They're going to say, well, what race were they? And then she'll say, that's racist. And I'll say, I know, but wait, can you answer my question? I say, exactly, I know it's racist. That's literally what I'm trying to ask you for. I'm trying to find out which race. So, yes. And she'll say, it's probably all of them. I say, excuse me? She says, it is probably all of them. And I say, can you explain yourself, please? And she'll say, look here. And she'll show me the OnlyFans stats I was talking about. And she'll say, look at the UK and the US, #1. I say, and? What's your point? She'll be like, well, it's obviously white people are buying it. I would say, wow, whoa. So you accepting then that they are white countries then? So there are like a significant amount of like immigrants in each. Yeah, well, yeah. So why could it not be them? Well, it just wouldn't be because they're what? No, surely it's more likely to be them because they're immigrants. That's the thing. It's not that way around. It's not more likely to be white people because there's no. It's more likely to be the immigrants because they can't pay for the white people. They can't have sex with the white people. It's more unlikely. It's like Indian people who live here and they're obsessed with white women. They can't afford them. I think I did have an Indian guy. I used to have an Indian friend. He was the guy his dad wanted to sue me. No, his dad was scared that I would sue him for slipping on the ice. I think that dude did admit paying for sex at one point. He lived with one of my old friends, and he used to just make his life hell. He was just pulling pranks on him all the time. The funniest video I found, what he showed me. He was going on a date. It's insane. It's actually genius. I was getting ready for a spicy date. So all the videos are just like POV. My old friend just like recording. And the video just starts with him just being in the living room, and you can just hear like loads of yelling coming from like somewhere in the flat. So not even kidding. I think the flat that they had shared with them both would have been the size of the flat I'm in now. I got like a 2-bedroom, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and 1 giant living room. I think that's what their setup was. But they were both living there. I'm like really lucky. I'm here by myself, which is great. But can you imagine having to live there in COVID as well? But anyway, my old friend used to just prank this Indian guy. A video just starts with him like yelling. So he gets up and he's like, "What's going on?" We'll just call him, like, I guess we can just call him like James for this. Hey James, what the fuck have you done? He's like, "What are you talking about? I need to go out in a minute. Where's the key?" He's like, "Where the fuck's the key?" I'm just pissing myself. This video was so good. It should have been viral. It should have made my friend really rich. He was like, "Where's the key?" And at this point, you're still like, "What the fuck is that?" Because you don't know what's going on. "Yeah, what are you talking about?" And he like pushes the door into like his bedroom, and you just see him, and he's like dressed up. He's got like like, tight fitting shirt on, because he wasn't like a bad shaped guy, and he was like, I'll be honest with you, he was actually like not a bad looking like Indian dude. I'd say like he was probably better than average for Indians, because he had money and he knew how to dress. But there are like, but anyway, he was because he had the money. He was like wearing like really nice, a really expensive shirt, really expensive jeans, and he had like some like fuck off like really expensive like Gucci belt or something like that. And what happened was he put the belt on. Now, no. Now I remember. It was he'd put the belt on, and there was some kind of mechanism with the belt which required you to like remove a buckle. So you had to like basically like take a buckle off to then be able to undo the belt. And what my friend did was when he was like dressing up and he was wearing it and he got himself ready, he found like a padlock, and he just he was like, my friend had, I think he just clocked that his belt was basically like, if you put a padlock in it, you'd be fucked. So he like, when he was like doing that, he just like ran over, just fastened this padlock on his belt, and then he just like hit the key. I think he just thought he had the key on him or something like that. And he was just walking around. He just looked ridiculous because it was a really big padlock. So this massive like silver padlock. It just looked like some fucked up bling that like some Indian guy probably tried to wear. He was like walking around the flat and he was like, He's like, dirty James, you fucking idiot. Where's the key? Where's the fucking key, you idiot? He's just walking around with a massive like, padlock, just like where his junk is. He just couldn't take his belt off. Cause, so he'd basically just like made a chastity belt. So if like my friend had just taken it to like the nth degree and just like eaten the key or something like that, and they just couldn't sort, it has to like rip his jeans off. Or like rip the belt, cut the belt off. It was so funny. He was like, I made your chastity belts. You don't do anything crazy on the first date. It was just so funny. They ended up absolutely hating each other. You know, like when you see those stupid prank couples, and it's like, you're supposed to be like, oh, it's really cute because they're just like a couple that are doing that. That wasn't what they were doing. They were actually doing it, and it wasn't even. I wouldn't even ever say like the Indian guy ever really did anything to the other guy. To be fair. Oof. No, I remember. It just started with like really trivial stuff. They were just like talking about. There was like a video he showed me which started off. He was like, "This is why I'm doing this to him." By the way, it was just a randomly just throw me out. And he's like, "Yeah," and they just basically just became like an old. Because this is the problem. There's been so many occasions where, for example, I've always thought about living with friends. It's just it will never work. It never does. It always sounds like a really cool idea, and you're always going to talk about the hundreds of insane things you're going to do. You're going to talk about all of like the epic nights you're going to have, all the gaming sessions you'll have. Oh, we can play Resident Evil, whatever, spend all night, blah 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 blah. And you think it's so cool, but actually it's just not. Like for example. For me, though, I'm not even like a social person, really. I don't really want to just spend every day just kind of like partying all the time. So for me, it's just like, there are just nights where like, I want to do this. I want to just be able to lie here and just do this. But I just know, like, if I was living with someone else, I'm going to have to like just be more social and try and put an effort on. The true bliss for a bloke is just to be by yourself and just fuck anyone.
From a very young age who has teased dropping a link when she turned 18. Why would you be hanging around with a 17-year-old girl who everyone was deeply concerned for and wanted for her to not do a link because we know the people sat behind there with their grubby little fingers waiting
Indians
for her to turn 18
and black
to
people.
put their bank details onto her only
More like
so
wank
then they
details.
can cash in. Just because the link is legal and she dropped the link at a legal age, have a little think about when that content would have been filmed. Just really reflect on that, okay? People using the argument of, well, she's legal now. If she dropped the link as soon as she turned 18, chances are the content that was on there probably wasn't
Why can't I destroy the
filmed as
lander?
an 18-year-old and was actually filmed as a 17-year-old. Now, a lot of people won't care about that. That's because we've got a generation full of pretty much nonsense. But anyway, do continue to point that part out. Yeah, hanging around with a bunch of bops when you're a minor, not good. And I use the term bops, by the way, not as a derogatory term, but purely because that's what they call themselves. It's easier to summarize them as bops. Obviously, they are more than... You guys aren't dumb, you don't need me to explain myself.
Just sounds like Kay's angry because of women are getting more attention than her.
Instagram, cinematic aspect ratio.
So what's been going on? I mean, you were in Miami for a while, right? Or recently?
Yeah, well, so turned 18, and then I just like spent a few months just living, deciding where I was going to take my life, and just like kind of just.
Maybe I do want the AC on for. I was like, no, I don't want to do that. I just want to like have a different vehicle, I think. It's bottom of time.
Decided, giving people a second to kind of realize that I'm 18 and just letting them know that this is me, and just to make them understand a little bit. I got surprised with a car.
I didn't like that. I've just been letting people kind of realize that I'm 18, just letting them sit with that. Girl. Like, when she says stuff like that, I'm just like, what does...
Girl, you can tell her boyfriend's black. Look how black she talks. Like no one who's like white is going to be touching her. I'm like, oh god. What am I doing? Oh shit. Oh, he's left, look. So someone is watching.
Because she's right. All of her content was like, I'm 18, I'm 18, I'm 18, I'm 18, I'm 18. The excessive focus on turning 18 and becoming legal was not an accident. It's a marketing ploy to really drill home this idea that she's freshly 18. And all the old pedos sat there right now with a semi-chub. Get ready to have a full chub, because...
How does she know they're old? How does she know? This is what I mean. In her head, she's got like a very obvious image, hasn't she? She's probably thinking like a bunch of white old men. But it's not. It's a bunch of Indian black guys. She's fallen for this like psyops. And they're like, who's told you that? Oh, it was this Jewish teacher. Okay, great. Really? Okay. What else did they tell you? Oh, bullseye. Just fuck that boat, dude. Kiss my giant dick and ball boat. Fuck that boat. I love porn. God damn it! I can't. Oh, you son of a bitch!
She dropped the
Oh.
link, maybe. You know, that's what the whole thing is. Because normal people, right, they don't sit at home going, yeah, I'm 18, like over and over again. You're 18 and you get on with it.
I don't care. You're secretly annoyed. God, shoot, this is what you want to do. That's it. I've been. Alright.
What did I do for my 18th birthday? I got rat-ass drunk.
Yeah, exactly. See, this is exactly like what Kay want to do. She doesn't want to have kids. She just wants to get sick in her room.
Everywhere. That's what I did. So, I mean, who am I to judge? I guess. She had a way more, glamorous... I was going to say she had a way more glamorous 18th birthday than me, but actually, I don't know if she did, to be honest.
I mean, I think we all know. Drop the link or whatever. Let's just talk about it now. Which you guys were very kind about it. When I saw a clip of you guys talking about it, like, you know, like when they have that like awful like teaser, like of the like talking about it at the top of the clip, it's like Kayla talks about Piper Raquel dropping the link, but you guys were actually super sweet about it.
Yeah, that's like I've always been the type of person when it comes to somebody making a decision like that. All that I hope is that they have the right people around them.
Yeah.
And that this is something that, like, oh my God, Kayla, come on. We know that she doesn't have the right people around her. There was a whole documentary made about it. We know that she doesn't, and we know that she has known nothing but exploitation. Now, time and time again, we are shown that child stars, they grow up to be mentally up because it
Okay.
is not normal to grow up in the
Like, hey.
limelight to such a large extent.
Like,
and
hey.
not only that, but with there being allegations
Like,
of
hey.
inappropriate behaviour, that's even more of a reason to say she did not grow up in a safe environment, in an environment where people wanted the best for her. Because any
How?
mother that wants the best for their child does not shove them in front of a camera and make them do A, B, C, you know? That's not what your child is meant to be. And even watching this, I just had this wave of disgust as I was looking at her. And I didn't know about Piper before all of this Bop House came about. And I can still see the child in her.
I can still see the child. Let's see, it's always like she's the victim. It's always, this is what women do. They see like sad video and it's like always the women are the victim. Even though it's her mum's fault, she'll still probably blame the dad. She'll be like, it's her dad's fault for not being in the picture. In the picture. In the picture. Oh god, oh god. In the picture. Take that, you little piece of shit. I love porn. I watch porn. Oh, nice one, Cumhole.
See her on social media as a child star doing these stunts because I've seen clips of it. She's so young. She looks so
Look.
young. And yes, we're not going to make these crazy statements that young women who also look young can't be, because this is the thing. It gets into a bit of murky territory when you tell somebody who just looks young that they shouldn't be outwardly, because that's not fair on people who have baby faces or people who are
Baby
who
faces.
aren't very curvaceous. You know?
Curvaceous.
So the issue is, for me, I hate seeing Piper specifically talk about dropping the lake because I just see all of the people, all of the weird men that was obsessed with her
Indian black
even as a
guys.
child. Because this is another thing. Why do child stars get so large? I understand that other children relate, but I guarantee you that a huge portion of their audience aren't children. They're old men. They're old pervs. The other
Yeah, look, see. It has to be. It's only black. It will only be like white people for. She'll be like, all these white old dudes are fucked. It's not. It's probably like black people. No, it is black people, dude. You just know it's really black dudes. They're the ones jerking off to the porn, dude. Like, you might think Drake, like, because he bangs loads of women, and Drake might be the only black guy you've spoken to. But Drake is like an anomaly. He's just being used to, like, cause this, like... Dude.
word would suffice, but
Word would suffice.
you know, I just can't help but see all of the videos she did as a kid.
All the things you said, going through my head, walking through my head, going through my head, going through my head.
You know, I think that's a parental issue because, again, having your kid's face blasted everywhere online at such a young age is just, to me, I think it's a health and safety issue. I mean, we've had this conversation now a lot about not putting your kid's face online. I think we've beaten that horse a fair bit, so I'll move on. they weren't like pressured into doing.
I mean, I think it was pretty visible that, like, I've been talking about it for so long, and, like, I've been teasing people about it for so long.
Women will
It's
do
not
anything
just,
to
like,
do porn.
a joke at this point. Like, it's just funny, because Piper, you can tell she's 18, Christ.
Everyone loves porn. Just women love porn. Tee. Like, what's more fun than to strip for the world? Black and Indian dudes. Hello, sir. Can I blood check off to your daughter? Sorry. That was really funny. Hello, sir. Can I jerk off to your daughter? You'd say fuck no, but now you can. Well, unless my daughter gets money for it. What? So you do though? If say every Indian dude said I'll give you like $5 to jerk off to your daughter, you do it. Well, no, that's different. Why? Oh my god. Oh, oh, oh. How could I even miss? How did that miss? Oh. I like the heroic music. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. They do it. Nice, lick my massive ass. I see, I'm the king. Kay hasn't got nothing on me.
Yeah, you've been teasing adult men about it
Yeah.
for a really, really
White
long
dudes,
time.
old white men,
You were teasing
old white
them about
dudes.
content at the age of 17.
Only white men
I
are
don't
in.
care what propaganda people are pushing out now on social media, what ideologies, right, that we're curating.
Got to remember, if you live in Kenya, you see Pippa. That's the most attractive thing in the world. More attractive than any white woman in Nigeria, any black woman in Nigeria. So of course the black man are gonna go.
To convince people that it is fine to be sexually attracted to the idea of somebody just turning 18. I don't care what forces are at work to try and make you feel like a Karen for saying that the over-sexualization of teenagers is...
So I guess that must mean that, like, Kay's anti-Muslim, which is a good. I'm happy that she's saying that, but weird for her to say that. 'Cause she's gonna get a lot of hate. I don't care. I don't care. I love hate.
odd and disturbing.
Disturbing.
Can often lead to further issues. You know, we've had
Issues.
conversations on here before about people who get desensitized by barely legal content and then end up
Probably
believing
Kay.
the real thing, so to speak, because they're so desensitized.
Probably
It's
Kay.
a real phenomenon. It's happened time and time again.
Probably Kay.
And talking about having teased the link for a really long time isn't something you should casually be saying. It's concerning, and the fact that your mum, or well, we expect it from your mum, but adults around you, people around you, failing you to not say, hey Piper, teasing these people with content when you were a child star is odd and disturbing, and yes, it will make you a ton of money, but it's exploitative. Again, people won't.
Exactly. Kay doesn't know the line. She's in the same boat, just slightly different. She's still trading her time, but it's just not porn. She doesn't know it. But even the fact that she has a job means that she's in the system. Look at this, dude. I'm dead, dude. I have an interesting fact about pistachio nuts, but I'm not going to tell anyone. Fuck you. Perfect vehicle. Absolute perfect vehicle.
Care about that because it's a decision she's choosing to make. This is the issue of it all. But it's not funny. It's not ha-ha funny. There's nothing funny about it, actually. It's grim. And if you are, not that anybody watching this is likely to have bought her in, because I like to think I have a very mentally normal fan base.
No, they're all mentally
If you
insane.
are here because you get your...
Remember, Kay will be happy to kill ICE agents. She hasn't said anything, but I know she would. I know, like, she probably like talks in a little friendship group. They talk about wanting to like see ICE like agents die. Or Trump get ICE. That's funny. It's okay when they do that. I just remember that. Teehee Brat Summer. Well input. Yeah, well input what? There you go, 100 grams. It's really good. It's like it's in Poundland. You can get 75 grams of pistachio nuts for £1. And I know you're thinking that, but honestly, that is the cheapest I ever have found pistachio nuts. Because if you want to just buy a big bag, honestly, just get 2 or 3 of these. I know you're thinking that's £3, but I think they are that expensive. Just for £1, you get like enough. It's more than enough. That's probably the best value I've seen. Not only that, you can get cashews. And then probably, it's not even probably like, I'm going to say coincidentally, it's probably because they're the most tasty nuts. The most expensive ones are pistachios and cashews. And walnuts for really expensive. Pistols away. Pistols away. You probably smell like sticky poo. Dude, that's fucked. Why would you even say that, you little gremlin? Dude, I fucking kicked ass, dude. I fucking kicked my ass. Popeye's chicken tastes fucking awesome. I watch porn. Stonehenge. I told you there was a place called Stonehenge. You're like, nah, there isn't. Oh, fucking space elevator. Sick. Guess what a menhir is? A menhir are those massive rocks that you'd use in Stonehenge. I thought that was the case. Operation Dragon, bro. Dude, look at this. Dude, I'm about to be sick.
Rocks off to Piper Rock out. Honestly, just end it, to be fair. You know, of course, I didn't want to just completely jump the gun right when I'm 18 and do it. I mean, of course, I wanted to, because it's like, that would go insane. Like, I wanted to, but there was something that I was like, kind of like, I should wait. I should give it a second. I should actually think about this decision that I'm about to make, because it is going to have a huge impact in my life. And it did. It was really terrible.
I'm gonna be
The
sick,
first 2
man.
days, I was like, yeah, I'm not recovering from this. This is crazy. I should have never did it. But I think it's getting to the point where I'm kind of like at ease with it. AKA, I'll translate that for you. I posted my link. I didn't see the financial benefits of it immediately. Therefore, I had to sit with the moral implications of what I'm doing. But then when the money started
Who's this, honey?
That's what that means. And look, I understand people don't do things for free, but if you can sit there and say safely you felt a bit ill when you first did it, probably because there was no money really wrong.
Yeah, Indians and black people are gonna jerk off to it. Yeah, look, new white woman porn. That's what they sound like. What am I doing? I love porn. I love porn. I watch porn. I watch porn. Oh goodness. Okay, what am I doing here? What am I doing? Shit. Damn. From what? Oh, you idiot.
In and you hadn't seen the benefits of it immediately, you shouldn't be doing it, right? And I know people will say, yeah, but nobody does things for free, Katie. Nobody does things for free. Obviously.
No one does
There's
fix
a
it
little
for
bit of
K.
nuance here, right? Like, this is a big decision. This isn't just being like, oh, I'm getting a job at a corporate job, or I decided I'm going to cut my hair off and...
It's okay, they got a corporate job. I don't think she'd make it in corporate. I don't think she'd be allowed to do it in corporate. I'd be like, do you mind like not having any of your like piercings? She'd be like, are you oppressing me? So what if I wore a thong at the swimming pool and got told off? That was a different situation. I still think that's probably what she did. But, like, she's got like some massive like issue with like when people like told like, it's inappropriate to wear certain clothes. She gets really angry with that. She's like, I don't think you should be allowed to tell women that. Yeah, yeah, okay. Oh, I mean, I'm taking out all pepper. I remember Kay's like teacher would be Mr. I Love Weed. Sorry, Professor I Love Weed. Sorry, I didn't mean to possibly infer that his degree was not what it is. How? I fucking hate porn.
To begin with, I felt a bit weird about. Like, no, this is doing an OnlyFans, and you felt really weird about it for a very long time until my guess is the money came rolling in. I know people are going to use the argument, well, yeah, because you wouldn't want to do your job for free. It's not the same. It isn't the same. Like,
It's the same guy, exactly the same. Because I'm doing this for free, and I don't care. So you can shut your big pie hole.
Because like I might do this for free, and when I upload a video, I don't feel terrible about it until I see the pay. Well, no, I'm joking. I don't feel terrible about it until I see the paycheck.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm neutral about it.
No, she's
if
not.
it goes really well, then obviously I like the video a lot more because I'm like hell yeah. But if it does not,
Yeah,
perform,
exactly.
then
That's what I mean.
I'm
Exactly.
saying
She's
it's
just shown it, proven it.
freaking out until the money came in. It's a very different thing. You shouldn't be feeling like that. If you were that confident with your decision, which by the way, I sat with it for like 24 hours. Yeah, that's really good. I'm glad you sat to make a really informed decision about something that you'd already decided you were going to do way prior to actually turning 18. I don't know. I just keep telling everyone like I've been wanting to do this for so long. I know it sounds so terrible, but like I just have wanted to express myself and not be judged on the internet without like now I'm not shoving it in people's faces. Like if you want to see it now, you gotta go pay for it. You know what I mean? It's not like either way I would be doing this on Instagram. I just didn't want to hurt anyone. You know what I mean? So this is something that you like did want to do and thought about. I was literally thinking about it for like so long. Like I was so long. Like several months before I was actually turning 18, I was just thinking about all the ways that I want my life to go and what I want to do. And I just feel like I don't know. It was like something in
It's great because now she can like fuck black dudes. Fucking black dudes is like one of the best things. So now she can go around and like fuck all the black NBA guys. So the perfect like thing you want to do. Because fuck all the NBA players. But she will remember that because like she's been taught that black people with money are really smart. She'll think they're like really good people. She'll never question how smart they are. She'll just accept that they like really like basic shit and like really stupid shit because they're just idiots. She'll be like, oh, but they know how to play N-ball. I'm not allowed to say the word. And they have loads of money, so that means they're really smart. So better have kids with them. Because the kids will be really good because they'll be able to play N-ball as well. Let's play N-ball as well. Let's play N-ball as well. How's that not even doing that? Fine. What was that? What's the worst thing? I'm gonna go to hell. I got him. Okay. Okay. Where is it? No? Alright, bombers, right? Oh, definitely. Shit. Oh, shit. Oh well. Hey, that's the end, dudes.